Well, hello, friends. How we doing today? What is going on with my... Oh, that's my mic. I was like, why is that black thing in the screen? All right, we can do this. We can do this. This looks reasonable. Thank you, Bailey. All right, friends, we're getting organized here. We were jamming on getting the room all set up, and ran into an issue where we were streaming to the wrong place, so that's not helpful to anybody. So hopefully y'all are in here and seeing what we got. We'll see what we can find. We do have a pack for Chillin' Villain that we'll get started on here shortly, but Chillin' Villain, before we do, I'm going to make sure that everything's working on the YouTubes like it's supposed to, because we unintentionally streamed to the wrong place, and so I see it on the YouTubes. All right, check. We're going to put chat down here. I think we're doing the thing, folks. So we are here. Add our link. Boom. Got some links out there for you all. We will grab that. And it went in as a moonshot bot. That's not helpful. All right, well, I will redo all of this. Control C, Control V, not as me. Switch my title. Too many things going on, friends. Too many things going on. We are Moonshot Rips Magic. How about we interact with our chat as our chat? That feels reasonable, doesn't it? So we can pin that message from the old Moonbot right there to the top. Pin message in the YouTubes. It is there. Guys, we already have 3 likes. We only have 3 people watching. That's pretty sweet. Okay. Let me do a little post on the Discords too. I don't know that I have Discord on this computer. Let me see if I do. Might be in here as the Queen Honeys. We shall see. We do not. All right, so I'm going to grab my laptop and we're going to post to Discord. Give me just a second. Hi, J Mars. All right, we're doing the thing. Pulling up the old Discord. It's like a circus song while we're getting the circus booted up here, guys. Can you post on Discord? Done and done. I was getting ready to post on Discord, and I was like, my Discord needed updated. It was a whole thing. But Sarah just popped in to see if I needed anything, and she posted on the Discords. So, Lord bless you, Sarah. Thank you so much, and appreciate you. No, I got me a Diet Dr. Pepper like a champ over here. So we are ready to rock and roll. Get out of here, girl. Go have fun. Go enjoy your evenings. All right, friends. I am Jason. I'm the owner here at Moonshot Games. We are a friendly local game store in Noblesville, Indiana. Just voted one of the top 20 places in America to live and to raise a family. And so it is a cool spot for those of you that haven't been here before. For those of you that do live near here, welcome. We're home. It's our thing. It's what we do. So Queen Honey is out tonight. She will be back Friday. She is out camping this weekend, or this week, I guess. She just got out of school for the year as a teacher, and so she working at the school system. So she is going to be back on Friday. I'm I'm holding down the fort until she gets back. So substitute teacher, as I make this joke every time, throw in a movie, grab some popcorn. Won't be nearly as good as the show normally is, but we're going to have fun nonetheless. I really appreciate the opportunity just to spend time with you guys. And so we are a pack opening stream. And so we are live streaming pack openings. You can go to moonshotgamestore.com/live, and you can buy any pack that you find at that endpoint. There's a whole laundry list of packs. You can search, you can find, you can click, you can do all the things. Prices there, everything currently there is per pack. And so if you want to buy 1 or 12 or 11D, you can do that. We are building out our bench of packs that we have available. So actively working to grow such that we have just an unbelievable supply available for y'all. So if you're ever in the hankering to open a certain type of pack, our goal is to have it. Obviously, we're not going to go all the way back to alpha beta. That's a little grandiose, but we're going to go back pretty far, and we're going to do some really big things. And so every stream from here until the bench is full, we're going to be adding new product to the stream. Tonight, I have some old stuff for you. I have this little box here called Fallen Empires. And so Fallen Empires is now officially available. Let me just double stamp check here to make sure we push the inventory live. Give me just a second. So we got these. I'll tell you what's going on. Fallen Empires. I don't even know what Fallen Empire's 3-digit code is. FEM? FEM. All right. They are set as draft. We will make them live. So we have, I think there's 48 packs in a box. 8 cards per pack. Hold on, what do we got here? 60 packs per display box? Yeah, 60 packs per display. Whoa. 60 packs. 60. Add. And status equals active. All right, folks, here's what we're going to do. We got Fallen Empires packs. These are $11.99 a pack. The best card you can open might be $5. I don't actually know. This is a pack, if you're going to choose to open it, it is for nostalgia because this is OG Wizards of the Coast. These things were printed back in, I want to say the 90s. I probably should do a little bit more digging here to get you some exact numbers. But these things are real old. Real old. And this is an original box from back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Really cool stuff, underpowered by today's standard, but really neat to see old cards come to life. And so these are alive for you right now. FEM is the 3-digit code. So if you look for FEM booster packs, you will find Fallen Empires. They're $11.99. We'll have those available for you. Next up is its sister jank set from back in the day, Homelands. So Homelands also available for sale. Let me get those turned live also. HML. So these are also $11.99 a pack. And I'm going to add 60 of those to inventory as well. So we have, and they are active, and we have inventory. So you should start to see these filter in up here in the pack carousel. System's designed to automatically pull them in as we as they get added to inventory. Let me just double check the back end of the app, make sure it has the inventory and sees them, and then they will start to filter in. Fallen Empires, FEM. I'm showing 60 packs. I'm showing them active. I will go ahead and add them to the 1v1s if you choose to put those in 1v1s. And then the Homelands packs are not active yet. They're coming. I have no inventory on the app, but they are available on the website. So those two will be on the 1v1 when they pop up too. And so we'll add Guilds of Ravnica to the 1v1. We added those last night. And then we'll put RNA on there too, Ravnica Allegiance. And so Allegiance and Guilds of Ravnica to our inventory. And tonight, we got these old bad boys, Homelands and Fallen Empires. And guys, I just want to reiterate that we are going back in time and we are going super deep. And so we will have all sorts of really cool product to open with you guys over the course of the next few months. It's just going to get neater and neater and neater. And so really excited about what we have coming. Yeah, I know, right? Be that age again when that set came out. I'll pull up. I have some notes on all this because I did some prep work. I just didn't have time to look it all up. So let's see what we got here. I have a tab. Look at that. Look at that. The earliest days with Homelands and Fallen Empires, two of the most infamous sets in MTG history. So lots to unpack here as we get into this stuff. We'll talk about it if you guys choose to buy any of these packs. But these were weird sets, right? These were on the inside of the back end of the success of Alpha Beta Unlimited. And so they needed some expansion sets that they created, and these are some of the older ones. So this is after the Dark, Arabian Nights, Antiquities, and so there was some real scale and growth in Magic. This was before they really started getting into the later blocks, right, where they had the block structure and all that. And so at the time, Magic didn't have a strategic vision for what a block looked like. They were just printing products. And so we'll talk more about these as we go, but I just think it's super fascinating. We have Fallen Empires and Homelands available tonight. But let's do this. Let's crack some packs. Chill and Villains heard me talk for a while. We got a bit of a late start as I boondoggled the setup, but we are good now, and we are going to do the thing. So Chill and Villain, 4 Spooderman collector packs. Let's find them. I assume we're chasing a... there's all kinds of good stuff in here. I assume we're chasing a one of the gold turtles. That's the big hit in this set. And maybe we'll get there. Let's just see what we can find for you, Chill and Villain. Good luck. We're starting the party off tonight with back-to-back Spider-Man collector orders. Apparently you guys are into Spider-Man collectors in preparation for Marvel. Yeah, let's get a stone. That's a great point. Let's hit that soul stone. All right, we got Craven's Last Hunt, Symbiote Spider-Man, Sandman, Shifting Scoundrel, very scoundrel that guy, Feed the Swarm, Destroy Target Creature, Enchantment, Black has enchantment removal, and a J. Jonah Jameson from the Daily Bugle. When it enters, Suspect up to 1 creature. What does Suspect do? Anybody know? I actually don't know what Suspect does. It sounds sketch. Norman Osborn from Osborn Corp, which becomes the Green Goblin. Iron Spider, Stark Upgrade, The Death of Gwen Stacy, Reanimate, great card with Venom on it. Killer card, killer art, Here Lies Spider-Man coming back. Is that Venom or is that a dark Spider-Man of some sort? It's not like Noir, is it? I don't know my Spider-Man lore outside of the core ones. And the Clone Saga with the spider food. I guess if you want to eat a spider, you have spider food. Or if you want to feed a spider, maybe that's more accurate. We are doing the things, friends. Web Up, Professional Shock. Suspects gets Menace or Unblockable. All right. Lethal Protection. That's a common? No, that's a rare. It's from the special edition packs or whatever. Special type of card. Silk Webweaver. Anti-Venom, Horrifying Healer. Look at that counterspell. Foil, full art counterspell, and a foil full art Miles Morales Ultimate Spider-Man. That was a great pack with a treasure spider. Yeah, look at that pack. We got a Miles Morales, a counterspell, an anti-venom, and a lethal protection. That was a good pack, Chill and Villain. Nice. All right. Oh, this is, yeah. I don't know why I mentioned earlier about the turtles. This is Spider-Man. This is not the turtles. You can't get a gold turtle in this pack, in case you're curious. Interdimensional Web Watch. Lady Octopus. She's very inspired and likes inventing things. A clever impersonator. You may have this creature enter as any non-land permanent. Blue, blue, 2. Very clever, that guy. And a lizard Connor's Curse with a treasure human. I hope, Connor, you enjoyed those packs. That third pack was really good, and you got the reanimate too, which is pretty sweet. So definitely some good playable cards in this pile. Really appreciate you going in on those. Congrats. We'll get those sleeved up for you and send out. Alrighty, next up, we got J Mars getting in on some more Spider-Man collector, and then a couple of THB collectors. That'll be fun. All right, J Mars, Spider-Man collecty. THB collectees. THB is Theros Beyond Death, right? Let me just double chickadee check. Because I don't want to open the wrong Theros pack and be like, whoops-a-daisy. Theros Beyond Death. That is correct. This is the way. Theros Beyond Death. We will open up some Theros Beyond Death. Collecty boosty. Good. I can help you. Yeah, J Mars, I worked on it yesterday. Okay. Static. So I worked with J Mars yesterday, and he had sent over some screenshots that I was able to unpack. What 1v1 to the locker is the only issue? Okay, let me dig into that specifically, because I don't know exactly what's causing that, but I will be able to try to troubleshoot right here in real time. Let me get these packs open and get that done. So we've got one Spooderman. Fix this box, hold tight. One Spider-Man, two Theros Beyond Death collector packs. Good luck, J Mars. Let's go here, let's go here, let's go here, let's go here. Let's mark done, and we did it. Nope. Undo. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. We're good. We're good. We got Chill and Villain. All right, J Mars, we're in. We did the thing. Look at this. Guys, look at this. Let's see if we can find us a Soulstone, shall we? Soulstone Hunters. Here we go. All right, we got a Future Flight, an Urban Retreat, Spider Punk, Iron Spider, Civil Warrior. It's an Alibu Ancient Witness. Don't even know that card. Artifact Creatures. Villainous Wrath, the one that loses life, and then Wrath of Gods. All right, no Soulstone. Sorry, J Mars. I will be wild if I find a Soulstone, for sure. All right, we're in Theros Beyond Death Collectors. This is fun. It's been a while since I've opened these. Renata. Okay, we got Swamp and Forest. How about an Ashiok? This is the one I think from the... No, this is from the base set. Thassa's Oracle. That card's cheating in Commander. Shadow Spear. Great card. Great foil, too. Heliod. These are all, like, named bombs from this set. That was great. Shadow Spear, foil, Heliod, and Thassa's Oracle. Nice spots. That was a great pack. Great pack. Plains and an island. Well, now you have some process in motion here with at least one god. Sphinx Mindbreaker, Nessian Boar. I remember playing this guy. He was fun because it makes everything block it, and it's a big dum-dum, right? And whenever it becomes blocked, oh, they draw a card, but you're still hitting them with a 10-6. Mantle of the Wolf, Daxus. There's some demigods. It's kind of a god. And Anax Foil. All right, we'll get those sleeved up for you, Jamar. Sorry we didn't hit you a Soulstone. We did get you a god to get you towards your god deck. So that's something, I suppose. Appreciate you going in on those. Alrighty. We got pack here for Broke It. Ooh, this is fun. Broke It's going old school. We got some Fallen Empires and some Homelands. So we'll see how this goes, folks. It has been a very long time since I've opened these packs. Oh, boy. I did open these packs originally, so I am that old. I am however old it is to open these packs when they first came out. Golly, this plastic is like seen some things. It is thick. Look at these boys. Look at that. That's how they used to do box numbers. They just dropped a little sliver. I wonder if that means this is box number 109,000. It's kind of wild to think about. So we're just going to start here on the left. These cards are so... Oh, man. How fun. How fun. Getting into this real old stuff. And then let's get into some Homelands too, shall we? I'm going to go real slow opening these packs, guys, because we all need to see these old boys. Look at that. This plastic has been there. Look at that. A Richard Garfield game printed right there on the top. So a couple of fun stories on this set. Hidden away by a mysterious wizard for generations. So they kind of like came up with this. Okay, so this was 95, right? Let's see what this Fallen Empires was. Fallen Empires was 94. So 94 and 95, guys. These are 30 and 31-year-old packs of Magic the Gathering cards. Just wild to think about. These are 8-card packs. They were $1.75 when they first came out. Some of the other packs of that age are now thousands of dollars. These are tens of dollars. These sets were heavily overprinted way back in the day. Because of the success of Magic from the older sets, they decided they were going to print a ton of these in particular. And so they did. They printed a bunch of Fallen Empires and Homelands. Fallen Empires, you're looking for, the uncommons or the commons, I think, even are the best cards in these packs. So Hymn to Turok, black, make you discard 2. The High Tide, that's a really popular card. 1 blue, doubles all your blue mana. One of the interesting things, the biggest, I think at the time when I played, man, guys, back in the late 90s, the biggest guy in this set was the Hand of Justice. That was the card that was the real bomb card to get. Acacian Priest. Just look at how these cards look, guys. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on this. So 1 casting 1/1 for 3 mana. Target creature gets +1/+1. That's when you look at these cards, guys, they're so underpowered relative to what we're used to seeing today, right? Comes into play tapped, add blue, or sack it to add blue. Goblin War Drums. Look at the number of words on this. Each attacking creature you control that opponent chooses to block may not be blocked with fewer than 2. So it gives every creature menace, some version of menace. Now they just use the word menace. Orcish Veteran cannot be assigned to a white creature or to block any white creature. 3 casting 2/2 with limitations. Mercine. This is a blue creature lockdown. It basically throws it in a net. Hi, Christmas. Yes, yes, yes. Acacian Infantry. Look at this. Banding. Y'all played banding before? It's like one of the most complicated parts of Magic. Banding, I used to play it 25 years ago and couldn't 30 years ago, I guess. Couldn't tell you how it works today. I know the creatures lump together and assign damage, and it's a whole thing. This one was really interesting because it could band and it could do first strike, so it could take out something and then get the band also. Tap target creature gains first strike, 1 casting 1/1. So this is a white heavy deck with a priest, an infantry, and a scout. And then this is actually one of the more playable cards. These cards, Order of Leet Burr and the other one, Order of whatever the black one was, were 2 casting 2/1, pro black, pro white. There was a lot of white weenie and black weenie were the deck titles back in the day, where people were building, get the dudes on the board and just swing with them, right? Order of the Ebon Hand, I think, is the other one. It's mentioned down here in the flavor text. But this gets through for 2, can't be killed by or blocked even by. So if you're a white weenie deck playing against a black weenie deck, they had Black Knight and White Knight. They had Crusade back in the day and Bad Moon to give all black creatures +1/+1. And so that was a really popular archetype because you could give this guy first strike or you could give it +1/+0 until end of turn. So really strong card there. These cards, guys, these packs are 8 card packs, 6 commons, 2 uncommons, no rares. That's how Fallen Empires and Homelands were. So there's no rares on any of these sets. They're just commons and uncommons. But it's 6 and 2. Feralite Priest. For 1 mana, you can add a white to your mana pool, but you can only do it if 3 or more are spent this way during your turn. Bury this. So this was White Filter. That was but it's a 3 casting 1/3. Pretty terrible. Sea Singer, I actually loved this card. So this card, buried if you control no islands, tap, gain control of a creature if its controller controls at least 1 island. So they have to be playing blue or an island, and you can do this. There was a card, I don't remember what it was called, but it was like Alphabet Unlimited. It was blue or something, and it turned your opponent's land into an island. Target land becomes an island. And so then this would be able to go tap to gain. So there was a lot of people playing that, but you had to leave this guy tapped. It was an 0/1, which was part of the lore back in the day. A lot of the creatures that had really strong abilities were 0/1s. They were literally just like barely alive long enough to survive, right? So like Ali from Cairo from Arabian Nights, which is a 4 casting 0/1. Phantasmal Terrain, thank you, Christmas. Ali from Cairo, which was a creature from Arabian Nights, was a nice meme on the Twitch. Was the one that said you can't die as long as this guy's in play, but he was an 0/1, so he was pretty easy to kill. Homerid Warrior. Now we're getting into the Homerids. So this guy was he able to try to make it work. So now we're getting into the black. This guy was part of the kind of lobster creatures called Homerids. Tapped things down and tried to control the board that way. Black had clerics back in the day, and they probably still do in some sets, but this is the initiates of the Ebon Hand. This one, 1 casting 1/1 mana filter, much better than the 3 casting 1/3s. This card was a finisher. This was the original Fire Blast. Sack a goblin, deal 5 damage to a target. Target could be a player, okay? So this was you played 4 of these in mono red burn, and you just got your little goblins out, and you attacked with them, and you sacked the goblins and threw it at their head. And that was it. And so the Dark, which came out right before Fallen Empires, had a card in it called Ball Lightning, or red, 6/1 trample haste, dies at the end of turn. And so the whole archetype was lightning bolts, chain lightning, ball lightning, goblins, and goblin grenades. And so you were just chucking it at people's heads, trying to get them out to 20 at the time. Armor Thrall, sack a thing to make it a little bit bigger. And Acacian Scout giving something first strike. Oh, Elven Fortress. Target block. So this is an enchantment. So world lived on. Some of this art is so cool. Like that just is cool art. That feels like it fits in Lord of the Rings. So Elven Fortress, target blocking creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Man, how fun. This is so fun opening these cards. Thank you so much, Brokit, for placing this order so we can see these cards together. Now let's get into Homelands. Arguably, The worst set of all time. So this set isn't great. Again, 6 commons, 2 uncommons. Look at how underpowered these cards are. 1/2, so it's a 2 casting, 1/2 flyer. Now the art's really cute, right? It's a fairy on top of a deer head. Kind of cool, neat art, but the card is just not great. Inaba Shaman, this was cool. This was a Timmy card back in the day. So Alphabet Unlimited had a card called Prodigal Sorcerer, which was tapped to do a damage to something. Red started rolling out some versions of those, right? So like this card for 1 red and tap would take out that Sea Singer and would stop that entire process. And so the whole concept of the Timmy stuff was pretty interesting. Okay. Labyrinth Minotaur, Mesa Falcon, 2 casting, 1/1 flyer that you could pay more to give it a bigger butt, bigger defense. Not great. Not great. Again, stupendous art. Mark Poole checks out, right? So this is Mark Poole doing, maybe you're familiar with another bird he did, the ones in Paradise. So that's a Mark Poole art. This is the Mesa Falcon. Folk of the Anahava. If assigned as a blocker, it gets bigger. Otherwise, it's just a 1/1. Singer Bats. So in this set, the bomb was Singer Vampire. In Alpha Beta Unlimited, there was a card, I don't know if it was an Alpha, I know it was in the later sets, Singer Vampire, which was the antithesis to Sarah Angel. It was 3 and black, 4/4 flyer, and whenever it killed something, it got +1/+1 counters. And so Singer was like the lore of the dark side of Magic way back in the day. And so there was a Singer, a Baron Singer that's in this set. That's the big kind of hard to get, hard to hit, hard to find. Again, not rare, but uncommon in this set. So this is the bats. It's the helper bees to the Baron Singer. Abbey Gargoyles. This guy was a staple way back in the day in blue-white control decks. And so when you were playing blue-white control, this was the card that you... hey, Astral Apostol. I think I got that right. Yeah, please hit that like button. Thank you. So Abbey Gargoyles was a card you would hold for in control matchups, right? Or if you were playing against a red deck, a burn deck. So like instead of Sarah Angel, you would drop this guy against a mono red deck because it came out and mono red decks have Astral. You got it. Nobody, literally, they couldn't stop it. They couldn't do anything about it. The red had no way to kill this thing once it came out, right? Because it was protection from red. Mystic Decree. All creatures lose flying and island walk. This card's actually probably one of the few cards that has some playability in Commander, right? It's an enchant world, which means it just enchants everybody. They used to use this term. Hi, Sergeant Snake Eyes. We're opening some really old cards. These are from 1996. We have some 95 that we just opened from Fallen Empire. So tonight on the stream, for those of you just joining, we have Fallen Empires and Homelands packs available. And we're going through, just talking through the cards. It's kind of fun. I played back in the day when these cards first came out. And so it's really neat to see these cards again. But this card has some, I wouldn't call it good by any means, but it has some playability, maybe. All right, we got a Dwarven Trader, 1 casting, 1/1. Literally no effects, no abilities. That's it. 1 casting, 1/1. Dark Maze can attack this turn. So this is a 5 casting, 4/5 wall, but you can make it attack. At the end of the turn, you remove it from the game, and it cannot attack the turn it comes under your control. So it still has Summoning Sickness. Memory Lapse, that card's very playable. So this is one you're going to want to... this card you've seen reprinted, right? This is like an OG art. Really cool to see what the art from way back then looks like. Mark Tedin, one of the famous artists of all time. And so this is his version of Memory Lapse from way, way back in the day. Cemetery Gate, unplayable card. 05 protection from black wall. Black protection from black. Alaban's Tower. Target blocking creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. Helpful if it's blocking, I guess. Ace and Bureaucrats. Tap target creature with power no greater than 2. So this is like a limited all-star, right? You can tap down the other guys and do a thing with it. Forget. This card was so fun. Target player chooses and discards 2 cards. If that player doesn't have enough in his or her hand, his or her entire hand. Then that player draws as many cards as they discarded. So you could, this was fun because you could target yourself. You could forget something yourself and cycle through, right? So you could discard 2 and then draw 2. Or if you had no cards in hand, it was a draw 2 spell. Oh, no, it isn't, because you only draw as many as you discarded. So you wouldn't be able to draw 2. You had to discard 2 to draw 2, but it was a cycle effect. Not great, but was a thing back in the day. And then last up, Anaba Ancestor. This is one that gives Minotaurs +1/+1 to end a turn. Interestingly, not a Minotaur itself. It's a ghost. But it could give the other Minotaurs, which was a red tribal type back in the day. All right. How fun. Thank you so much, Broke It, for giving us a chance to open those packs. We'll get those sleeved up and either put in your locker or shipped out to you, whatever you picked on for shipping. How fun. We got our chance to open our first Fallen Empires and Homelands packs. That was really neat. Hopefully we'll get a chance to go through some more of those tonight, but we are planning to keep these in inventory at all times, guys. So if you ever want to open, so there's no necessary urgency. I just have 1 box of each right now. Our plan as we're building out the stream is to get 1 box of everything in, and as it sells, we will we'll restock. But the goal is to kind of work our stock accordingly. And so for now, we'll restock when we get low, but we've got 60 minus 2, 58 packs of each of those left to go. All right, Robster Claws, 4-pack bundle of War of the Spark. So last night, folks, we did War of the Spark as our bundles. Let me grab those. Bailey wrapped them up for me, so they're nice and easy. So that's really sweet. So we are doing, we introduced to the stream Guilds of Ravnica and Ravnica Allegiance last night. And in so doing, we are doing a discount on War of the Spark. So one of the things we're actively working on here, folks, is to always have some version of a bundle live and available. So our Universes Beyond play bundles are over for now. We may bring them back. We'll see. We're going to be doing a lot of Universes Beyond here very soon when Marvel lands. So for now, I thought it'd be kind of fun to come back to the area that I loved personally, the lore of the guild pack taking on Nicol Bolas. And so War of the Spark, super fun set. We also have Japanese packs in stock if you're interested in those. But our 4-pack bundle for $20, good deal. And you get a chance to hit a Planeswalker in every pack. Doesn't get a whole lot better than that. There are some really good cards in this format, or in this set. Price of Betrayal. So you're guaranteed 1 Planeswalker in every pack. That's how they promoted these sets back in the day, and they had so many Planeswalker. Most of them, they're I think half and half, rare and uncommon. So this guy's an uncommon. This card was really good back in the day. So Feather the Redeemed. This card, I don't know if anybody play this card. Anybody have a deck with this card? I have seen some top tier commander decks play this guy because you can make him bigger quick, right? And you can have a lot of fun with doubling it and then doubling it again. All right, we got a 1v1 challenge from J Mars posted. If you want to join that, just click that link, auto-generated link. It'll take you in, and you can challenge J Mars to a 1v1. Static, I will, when we get a dead time, I will go and try to figure out why you can't get it in your locker. And we'll see what happens. Death Sprout, that card was really good. Emergence Zone. Card's playable in Commander. Looky there. Rare. This is Domri. So this guy is all about the hasty stuff, right? He's the one that's getting dudes out and making stuff move faster. So you get to add a mana to your, and dudes can't be counterspelled. So this guy's helping you ramp. We had Rhythm of the Wilds in this set. We had Riot, I think, was in this set. No, that was later. But this was about getting out. Red and green was just beat down back in the day. Elite Guard Mage, very good in a lot of formats. There you go. This guy was the bomb when this set came out. This was the hard hit, the original Ugin from War of the Spark. Colorless spells cost 2 less to cast. Exile the top card of your library face down and make a 2/2, so morph basically. When it leaves the battlefield, it comes into your hand though, which is wild. And then -3, destroy target permanent. That's 1 or more colors. That guy was the original nasty. He and Nicole Bolas were like the big dogs in that set. And so, cool hit. Neat to see. Ugin the Ineffable. Ingrass Rampage, playable card. Sack a creature, sack an art, sack a planeswalker, you choose. There's Vraska, is your uncommon planeswalker. And then Soul Diviner, remove a counter, draw a card. So it helps you get counters off. This card's playable in decks that don't want the counters. Right? So if you have a deck that's trying to remove counters, like suspend counters or things, I don't know if you can actually target a suspend counter. But what's the one for... that were in the Bale Mercs, right? The Overlords. I'm pretty sure this guy works with Overlords, which removes those counters to help it get into play faster. So, Robster Claws, thank you for going in on our bundle. Fun to see. Awesome. So let's do a couple things. One, the beginning of every stream, we are opening a community pack. We got a little bit of a late start. Robster Claws, I'm going to kick that out here. And we're going to add our pack. Murders of Karlov Manor. Play pack. And we're going to add it. Oh, yeah, good. Enchantment Creature Sagas, good point. Those things could stay around a lot longer. Nope. Let's do it this way. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. 1 second. Murders of Karlov Manor. Play pack. Add to upcoming. And then open it. All right, so we're going to open this pack. So here's what we're doing, guys. The end of every stream, we are choosing a pack we're going to open on the next stream. We're not opening it any longer. We're now opening it at the beginning of the stream because we want to see what we open, and we want you guys to tune in and check and see what we find. So we're going to open this pack. This is a community pack, so the winner of this, or this will be up and free, basically, to anybody here on the stream. And so let me get it open, and then we'll open the giveaways for it, and you guys will be able to submit a chance to win it. So Murder of Karlov, let's see what y'all are winning as your giveaway. So Enlisted Worm, good start. Cascade, special guest. Thinking Cap foil, and a Fugitive Codebreaker, Prowess Haste, Disguise. Not on my watch. Airtight Alibi, Behind the Mask. All right, guys, so this pack is available to you all. I have to click the button up here at the top to be done opening it. Oh, it auto-posts the wrong message. I'll have to change that. All right. There we go. Giveaway is now officially open. So you guys, I need to tweak that now that we've changed our process. I didn't change the text. So giveaway is now open. Use !enter, E-N-T-E-R, for your chance to get this pack. It's totally free. We will ship it to you. You can come pick it up. You can drop it in your locker. We'll get it to you. But this Murder at Karlov Manor pack is available to anybody here on the stream. Just enter !ENTER for your chance to win. Robster Claus is getting in there. Come on, guys, let's do it. The other thing you do, even if you don't want the pack, even if you're like, I don't really want those cards, adding !enter signals to YouTube that we're a cool place because there's lots of chatting happening. And so that's the reason we do it. You guys ask, why do these guys give away all this stuff all the time? Well, A, we love you and we want to give you things. And B, it helps other people find the stream. So take a moment, hit !enter. It boosts the signal out to more people so more people can see it, so we can get more people here and we can just have more fun together as a community. So Zach, Rachel, Ash, Lockmeister, Astral, thank you guys. Appreciate y'all. Get on in there. J Mars is coming into packs to the people. That's right, Astro. I love giving packs to the people. On that note, let's talk about the other things we got going on tonight. So I see we are already at 11 likes, 19 more to hit our first bonus. Let's talk about those. So tonight, 30 packs is the Might matte sleeves. Dragon Shield, 100 count, dual matte sleeves of the Might variety. This is like a green color. They look great. I use Dragon Shield. These are my favorite types of play sleeves. But these are the textured back ones because they're matte. And they are green. They are Might. That is 30 likes. If we get to 30 likes on this stream, on YouTube, guys, unfortunately, we're still not able to grab the like counts from Twitch. It's on my to-do list to figure out. But for now, we're targeting YouTube. 30 likes, win that. If we get to 60, on staying on the theme of green, we're going to give away this Boulder deck box. 100 count. It's a clear green, so you can kind of see through it. It's like translucent. But it's a cool green color. So we got sleeves at 30, deck box at 60. And then if we can get to 90, we have a Final Fantasy. This is 14 playmat. So this is the art. I don't know my Final Fantasy well enough to know what that is. I'd love for you guys to tell me. But this is the official Ultra Pro Final Fantasy art. Oh, it's Yishitola. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sure I boofed that. Sorry to you Final Fantasy lovers out there. I have always enjoyed the concept of Final Fantasy. Ishitola, my beloved. See? Ashlyn knows. Or Ash Lyons knows. Yeah, it is. It's Ishitola. You guys know. You know your things. I don't know these things. You know these things. Everyone's favorite cat girl. Oh, checks out. Cool. So these are all 30, 60, 90. Help us get to 30. Let's get the first one done. Maybe we can boost it up and see where we can take it, folks. All right, community pack is open. We've got, I don't know, about 10 people or so in it so far. I got 14 likes on the stream right now, so we're getting there. Let's talk a little bit about these two sets that we have tonight. These are added to our full-time inventory. I have one box of each right now. We'll buy more if you guys want them. They're $11.99 a pack. They're 8 cards, 6 commons and 2 uncommons. These were made in 1995. These were made in 1996. Little bit of details about this. I had Hayden write up some stuff for me on this. Hayden, if you don't know him, is the best. He's just a member of our team, knows tons about all sorts of things. And so let me read some of the stuff he put together for me because I had him put together a fact sheet for us. What I'm going to try to do is build fact sheets for all these things so we can all learn more about the packs and products that we bring out every week. I think it'll be a fun way for all of us to just kind of level up our Magic knowledge. And for those of you that played back in the day or just curious, like what a fun way to learn Magic. So not every, I'm going to read this thing from Hayden. I think he might have put this in our email. Not every Magic set gets to be the hero. Homelands and Fallen Empires have spent decades being the punchline of Magic conversations, earning a reputation of 2 of the game's most infamous releases. That means bad. He just was being nice. Somewhere along the way, they became lovable underdogs. They're a different era of Magic, so there's no world-ending threats or multiverse-shattering battles. This is like crumbling kingdoms and forgotten wars and vampires lurking in dark castles and artwork that feels like it's pulled from the cover of a well-worn fantasy novel. That sounds pretty accurate. They're weird sets, they're charming sets, and they're unmistakably old school. If you saw these cards just be open, like super cool. Rewind if you didn't get a chance to see the last ones, or grab a pack and we'll open some more. But these are just fun, right? These are back in Magic's roots. This is a glimpse into the time when every card felt like a piece of a much larger fantasy world. And so think about this, right? There weren't the hundreds of sets that exist today. There were a few. And, some of the older stuff was impossible to find because it had all sold out and you couldn't get it anywhere. And so, this is what you could play with, right? And this was, I'm trying to think, Revise would have been out. There wouldn't have been... This was pre-Ice Age, pre-Alliances, pre-4th edition. So your base set at the time was Revised. So you could open a pack of Revised that had dual lands in it. Or you could open a pack of Fallen Empires and get Hand of Justice. That's kind of where you were at back in the day when you were looking at stuff. Hindsight 2020, Hand of Justice was a $20 card way back when Duelist magazine was out, right? Not the case. Not the case anymore. Certainly not the case anymore. So a couple of facts for you guys just to know about. Fallen Empires was printed so heavily that these booster boxes could be found on store shelves many years later. Honestly, you could still find these 2 years ago relatively easily. The prices have shot up a lot over the last few years. I mean, these are $500-$600 a box now because they are harder to get, right? I mean, there's people that are releasing one or two at a time, but there's probably people that just have shelves and shelves of these things. But yeah, I mean, they used to be pretty easy to find. That's why it had the reputation of being heavily overprinted because it was everywhere. They were trying to sell Magic. Again, 8 card packs, 6 commons, 2 uncommons, no rares whatsoever. So a lot of what's kind of cool about Fallen Empires is a lot of the art, and they did this in Arabian Nights, maybe Antiquities also, but a few of the cards had multiple artworks and flavor texts. So Order of the Ebon Hand, Order of the Initiate, there were 2 different versions of those cards. Hymn to Turok had multiple versions because the one with the Howling Wolf was the coolest one. And so some of these older cards had multiple arts. So High Tide, if you wanted to build a whole set, a master set of Fallen Empires, you had to get multiple arts on these things. Hi, Mic Drop. So even though there's only 102 cards in this set, there's 187 different card printing. So many of them were more. And here's funny, it says on here, more than 75 new cards to add to your Magic decks. What they meant was 102. And so if you go back and read the stories from the design team way back in the day, Mark Rosewater hated these sets, especially Homelands. He felt like it was just a bolt-on and they should just scrap it and not even do it because he felt like it was so underpowered and just didn't fit the vibe and theme of everything they were building with Magic, that it was a wrong direction. And had planned to kill the set. And Peter Atkinson, who is now the CEO of Gen Con, ? I think so, was the CEO of Wizards of the Coast back in the day, or the president, I don't know the exact title, but he resuscitated Homelands and said, no, we've spent all this money designing it, we've got all these art pieces put together, we're printing it. And so that's the lore. I wasn't there. I didn't get to hang out with them in the Gygaxes back when D&D was created, but that's the story, is that these sets kind of were pushed through in mass production to get stuff on the shelves because Magic was blowing up and people loved it. The set had so many different counters and token types. This was before they printed tokens, that they had to publish reference sheets so that people could keep tab of everything. We saw Goblin Grenade. We opened a Goblin Grenade. We talked about Hymn to Turok and High Tide, a couple other really good ones. And then the one from Homelands we haven't talked about yet is Merchant Scroll. Merchant Scroll is the original Mystical Tutor, right? It lets you go get a blue card and put it into your hand. And so that card was really playable back in the day. So just some old cards that, probably don't stand the test of time, but are super neat to see and open. Homelands is the home of Baron Singer. That is one of the villains. So this is, we talked about that. It's the grandfather character to Singer Vampire, which was the antithesis to Sarah Angel back in Alpha Beta Unlimited. And so Baron was a big, expensive dude. It was kind of like the Nicol Bolas of the age. He was the big, crazy dude that was tough to beat. Actually, they reprinted it as a promo of some sort in the last few years. So Baron Singer has been back on the scene again somewhere, but it was an old card. This is funny. So Homelands actually was set with the lore of the location. Let's just go through some of this. So hidden by a mysterious wizard for generations, the forgotten world of Homelands awaits discovery. Revealed within are many peoples, cultures, and creatures in a realm of complex allegiances and sinister plots. What secrets will you uncover? And so this was set in an area that they had called a plain. They called Olgotha. Ulgrotha, sorry. Ulgrotha. Ulgrotha. And that was the plane that Homelands was setting on. So you had Minotaurs and the didgeridoo is actually a card. And so that was the plane. They've never gone back to that plane. To my knowledge, they've never referenced it again or done anything with it. So nothing interesting, super interesting there. But this is just old school Magic, right? And so I thought it was kind of a fun thing to get into. These are the 2 sets we have for tonight. We're going to be opening many more old sets. I can tell you behind the scenes that we have, I think, over 100 more boxes coming than what's already on the stream, much of which is already here. We're just rolling it out a stream at a time. And so if you're into this old stuff, you like following along, watching, seeing what we have, guys, it's going to get real fun. I mean, we are going to have some really neat stuff. Friday, when Queen Honey is back, we're opening Hour of Devastation and Amonkhet, going masterpiece hunting with those. Next Monday, yeah, he was Lockmeister over on Twitch says, man, Baron Singer got 2 +1/+1 counters when he killed a creature. Yeah, he was big nasty back in the day. He was tough to beat and tough to kill. I mean, you had the Swords to Plowshares, that guy, because you didn't have a whole lot of other... Terror couldn't kill him because that could only kill non-black creatures, non-black, non-artifact creatures. There wasn't a lot of great options of removal back in the day. And so, yeah, it was tough. You had to gang up and block him, basically. Or you could, like, Thicket Basilisk lure him, where you would attack and make him block and he would die. I mean, Icy Manipulator was big back in the day. Royal Assassin was creature removal, right? Tap, destroy target, tapped permanent. But he was a 1/1. I mean, the game was so different and so slow and so fun, frankly. Like, it was neat. You weren't trying to kill each other on turn 3 or combo out to win a game. You were just getting dudes out and attacking with them. And Baron Singer was a big, nasty dude. If he got out, he was tough to beat. So I was getting ready to tell you, next Monday, so Queen Honey's back on Friday. She'll be doing Amonkhet and Hour of Devastation. And then on Monday, Sarah is going to be joining Queen Honey here on the stream. We're going to get them together on Mondays now moving forward. We have 2 booths fully set up and working. And they're going to be here together on Monday nights, probably just, according to them, just giggling the whole time because they just have so much fun together. And you love both of them. Queen Honey and Sarah are both just awesome to be around, and they just bring joy everywhere they go. And so excited to have them on the stream. I don't know why my camera's panicking, but it's zooming in and out a lot. Maybe that's just a way to keep you guys focused and locked in. But they'll be here on Mondays. We're going to do Art Night. And so we've got some fun things planned for that, where we're going to, build some content into the stream. So it'll be mostly pack opening as it is now. But when we have downtimes like this, instead of just hearing me talk, we're going to have some fun stuff to do. And I think it'll be a fun way for us to be able to keep everybody excited and communicating and hanging out. Here is one example. We have these new Magic coloring books that just came in. And so I pulled one of these aside, and Miss Sarah, who is an artist, will be coloring them. And so it'll be a really cool way to see her finish this art. We'll give it away. We'll have it available so y'all can find it. Isn't it cool? I thought so too, Astral. And so she'll pick a thing, and there's the Mark Poole Birds of Paradise we were talking about earlier with the Mesa Falcon. So she could, oh, look at this. Queen Honey would like that one. Little loot. This is a little guy. And so we'll do some art. We'll do art night. It'll be a lot of fun, and I think it'll be fun to see it come to life in real life while we're hanging out together on the stream. So, folks, I'm going to close this community pack giveaway real soon. This is our Murders at Karlov Manor play pack that we opened just now. Enlisted Worm, Thinking Cap, Fugitive Codebreaker, and then a bunch of commons and uncommons to go with it. So got 11 people in the giveaway right now. Exclamation point enter on either Twitch or YouTube to get in on this. And so if you're not in, do it now. I'm going to be closing entries in about 2 minutes, and we're going to pull these cards in 2 minutes. Looks like we have one battle one 1v1 battle that has been created. I'll send that link back up here. https:/msrips.com/1v1 /battles. Yes, that's the one I'm looking for. So if you want to get in on some battles, that's where you're going to want to go. We have one created by J-Mars, I think, created one. So if you want to battle J-Mars, that is a thing. Here, I have this sweetener here. Let's do this. I'm going to give away this pack. Last call. Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? All right, we're drawing a winner. And the winner is Chad King 5719. Chad, you are the winner of this Karlov Manor pack. Click that link right there in the chat and fill that out so we have all your contact information to ship it to you. We can attach it to existing orders, or if you haven't placed an order, there's no purchase necessary for these gifts, guys. You can win it without buying anything. Just hang out with us, make sure you get entered in, and you can win. All right, got that done. Let's flip over to, I don't know how this works now that I have a different browser. Let's see. Doesn't do anything. Wonder how I make it regularly work. Let's just try a thing and see what happens. Magic, pack carousel, browser, properties. This one, there we go. So, msrips.com/1v1. I just want to show you guys this if you haven't ever done this before. It's pretty sweet. So this is the little tool that I built where you can go create your own 1v1 battles. It's just msrips.com/1v1. You go there, it drives you to this. Here's how it works. Inside of here, you pick your battle packs. And so these are going to be sorted by default, low to high. So you can kind of think through what you want to put in here. Okay, you're going to choose the battle packs. Let's say I want a foundations pack. You can do 2, or you can go back down to 1, or you can go back down to 0. It's pretty easy to do. Click here, click here, click here. It adds the 3 packs to my battle. I can keep going down. And you can't see because of the way my scroll works. You can't see the little prize pack option, I don't think. Let me see if I can zoom it up so you can, there you go. There we go. So now you can see what it would look like on the screen. So let's just say I went through here and I picked the 3 packs that I wanted to battle, right? So it tells you how many we have available. It won't let you pick anything we're out of stock of, in theory. I hit prize pack, and now it's taking me to the same screen, but I'm picking my prize pack. So I like the idea of opening play packs and playing for something a little fancier. And so maybe we play for a LTR set pack and hit create and pay. What this does, guys, is it says, here's the 3 packs you picked. Here's the prize pack you picked. You can go back and edit it and start all over. Put in my name or my handle. And then what it does is it generates a price for you automatically based on the packs you chose. So you picked $15 worth of battle packs, and you picked a $15 prize pack, which means $750. So that takes it to 15 plus 750 is $22.50, and then it rounds. So it rounded down to $21.99. Okay. So if I fill out the form, put in my thing, $21.99, it's going to take me to Shopify to actually pay. And then it opens up that 1v1 for others to see. Kind of cool. I mean, I think it's pretty neat. I mean, I designed it, so maybe I'm a little biased. But let's then show you what the battles page looks like. So if you go to msrips.com/battles, here are the open battles that we have. We have an SOS collector battle. Looks like we have no one on this one yet. The draft battle, $25. That's a pretty good deal. You get 5 draft packs. We open an entire box of Aether Drift. There are 30 packs in a box. So 5 times 5 is only 25, which means we have 5 extra packs. So we give away 3 to the winner and 2 to last place. So worst case scenario, you get 5 packs for $25. Best case scenario, you get 8 packs for $25. Kind of fun. We got one person in that one already. And then here is the open 1v1 battle that Jmar's put together here. Battle challenge number 50. And so if anybody wants to battle Jmar's, you literally just come to this URL, msrips.com/battles, pulls you in here. You click challenge Jmar's, you put in $21.99, and then we will open a Guilds of Ravnica, a Ravnica Allegiance, and a War of the Spark, and you get to keep those. Those are yours. But whoever of the two of you, Jmar's or you, that has the highest converted mana cost, CMC, amongst rares and uncommons, rares and mythics in those 3 packs, highest converted mana cost wins this MH3 play pack. Super fun. Super cool, super easy, super fun. If you're into that, join. It'll auto post in the chat as soon as you do. You can join from Twitch or Facebook, or YouTube. We're not Facebook Live yet. It's coming soon. We're going to be streaming here on Facebook, but when our account gets where it needs to be. On that note, that is one thing you guys can do for me is help build the account up. So let me find that, and we will get that added. Just a second. I'm going to paste that in the chat for you guys too. If you get a sec, go here and like this page. We'll be live streaming directly inside of the page. We have an existing Facebook group, but Facebook groups don't interact well with technology and APIs and streaming and all that. Facebook pages do. And so we're converting everything over to a Facebook page. We're on a 60-day hold. It takes 60 days for Facebook to approve it, to allow us to stream. And then we have to have 100 followers. So we currently have 11. If y'all would just click on over and like that, even if you aren't going to watch on Facebook, it's still helpful to get our numbers over 100 so we can start streaming there. And then we'll be streaming on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube all at the same time, all integrated into one chat so that we're all hanging out together just on different platforms, whatever platform people like and prefer. And so if you're into that, go check out Moonshot Rips. It's just facebook.com/Moonshot Rips. Trying to get to 100 followers there. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. If you don't like our YouTube already, it's the same. It's youtube.com/@MoonshotRips. We're at 828 right now, which is fun. We just launched this about a month ago. So we're seeing our numbers climb. It's been really neat to see. Grateful for all that. And then on Twitch, I think we have about 2,500 followers right now. So really fun, really, really neat. Grateful to all you guys for hanging out with us. It's just a blast as someone who cares deeply about this community and about Magic and about all that we're doing together. It's really neat. It's really neat to spend time with you guys. Appreciate y'all. Sergeant Snake Eyes, what do you think about the Marvel set? If you're asking me, I'm hyped. I will tell you, I had a call with our distributor today, or one of our distributors today, and they said that the allocations they're getting are lower than they did for previous sets. And so my initial read on that, this is all hot take because you asked for my hot take. My initial read on that is I think that the Marvel set, if the cards are good, we haven't seen much of it yet, but if the cards are good, I think it's going to be the prices are going to go up dramatically because they don't have as many, at least on the collector box side, they don't have as many collector boxes as previous sets. And so I think they kind of got the lesson that they may have overprinted Turtles and Spider-Man, maybe even Avatar. And so I think they're coming back from that. But the folks at Wizards of the Coast have said that this is their set of the year. When they were meeting with all of us store owners, talking about what was on the horizon, they were very excited about the Marvel set. And my read on it, I don't know anything that you get about other than what y'all do. I mean, they haven't said anything about this. I wouldn't know any proprietary knowledge or information on this, but I believe we're going to see multiple Marvel sets because I just think that when you're licensing the IP, you're not doing a one and gun. I mean, when they got Lord of the Rings, they got The Hobbit also, right? And so the Marvel universe is so big with so many things, and it's connected to Disney and other. I mean, I think we're going to see universes beyond sets of Marvel for years to come potentially. I could see them doing small Hawkeye set or an X-Men set or a, fill in the blank, right? Daredevil, Punisher, like there's all kinds of things they can do with it. And I'm sorry if I'm mixing metaphors. I don't know Marvel versus DC, so if like I didn't say Batman, but if there's any of those that are mixed, that's not because I'm intentionally trying to be blasphemous. It's just I don't know. I think the Soulstone chase card's really cool, or the Mind Stone that they're doing. I think it's funny that there's a card called the Mind Stone when there's already a 2-casting artifact called Mind Stone. So there's a little confusion there. But I think the card itself is probably not as good as the Soulstone, but I like the idea. The question is, will they complete the set, right? And so are they going to do 5 Marvel sets to get all 5 Infinity Stones? And then if they do, is there going to be a Gauntlet of Power type card that connects those dots and creates something more? So is there a 6th set someday? I don't know. That seems like a lot. But there's time, right? And I think it could happen. I personally like Universes Beyond a lot because it brings new players to the game. I know you guys, I've heard from a lot of you on the stream that you enjoy those sets also. I think the purists of Magic don't love the Universes Beyond because it feels like there's, kind of falling away from the point of Magic, so to speak. But I think that the folks that love new, right? I mean, we have people that come in our shop all the time. They're like, I never played any Magic until Turtles came out, and I just love Turtles, right? And same for Lord of the Rings. And so, I think you're going to see more and more of that. Let me ask this question. So the Marvel set, this is a big quote-unquote Marvel set, Marvel Universe set. We had a Spider-Man set. If another Marvel set was going to come out, right? I'm just thinking in the future. Let's play off of my point that I think there'll be more Marvel sets. So based on that, what would it be? Can't be Spider-Man. Can't be just broader Marvel. Is it Black Panther? Is it Iron Man? X-Men? Yeah, X-Men seems to make the most sense, right? I mean, a lot of different lore and characters and opportunities there. What do y'all think? Is it X-Men? Yeah, Fantastic Four would be fun. So Lockmeister over on Twitch is saying X-Men for sure, or Fantastic Four Silver Surfer would be a lot of fun too. Yeah. I mean, what are the most popular? So just on gross, Avengers Endgame, Avengers Infinity War, Spider-Man, Avengers Ava, and then Black Panther, and then Deadpool and Wolverine. Deadpool would be fun. I don't know that they could carry a whole set. I'm with you, Chad. I think that, so Chad over on YouTube is saying X-Men would be cool because it's big enough, right? Because it really does open the gates a lot wider. There's a lot more characters, a lot more storytelling, a lot more. I mean, how many X-Men movies have there been? $14 full-length movies, full feature-length movies, starting back in 2000. X-Men, X-Men 2, The Last Stand, First Class, Days of the Future Past, Apocalypse, Dark Phoenix, Wolverine, The Wolverine, Logan, and then if you include Deadpool, so, I mean, and the New Mutants. And so if you take Deadpool out of that, I mean, there's still 10 full-length movies between just X-Men and Wolverine, 7 just X-Men, and then Wolverine and Deadpool are the other characters that come out of that. I mean, that seems reasonable. That's a lot. I think that could be fun. Guys, if you are new to the stream, this is Moonshot Rips. I am Jason. I'm the owner here at Moonshot. I am the substitute teacher tonight. Our normal streamer, Queen Honey, is out camping. And so I'm just holding down the fort, trying to hang out with y'all, having a good time. We are ripping packs. And so moonshotgamestore.com/live. If you want to open any packs, we can do that for you. We have a deep bench of product. I think we're approaching 100 different types of packs. We have lots and lots and lots more coming. And so if you don't see what you're looking for today, check back tomorrow, right? Because it's always improving. And so looks like we're adding about 14 packs within the next week and a half, 14 different box types over the next week and a half. And I can tell you I have about 100 more box types coming. And so we should literally have almost everything since these guys. So we've got Homelands and Fallen Empires here back in the late 90s. My goal is to carry pretty much everything since then. And so if you come back and check the stream out, we will have all kinds of really old, really interesting, really fun packs. We'll get into the lore of those packs. We'll talk about what was going on back then. We're going to all level up a little bit on our Magic knowledge and just hang out together. How many of you were playing or have ever opened a Fallen Empires or Homelands pack before? Anybody? Lockmeister did. Stream Team. So were you playing? Got a couple of folks over on Twitch, Lockmeister and Stream Team. Were you playing back then? 80 euros for a box. That's pretty dope. Or were you just... or would you buy them after the fact? So this was something you got later, or is this something that happened like when you were playing the game? I'm going to build a... Look at this. We're going to try a YouTube poll. I don't know if this is how this is going to play out, but we'll see. So we got a YouTube poll up in theory. We'll see what happens. I'm attempting a YouTube poll. I haven't done one of these before. So I just turned it on for the 15-ish viewers that are hanging out. Fill it out. Tell me what you think. And I will see if I can watch and tell what's going on. So question, have you ever opened a Homelands pack? Played and loved opening boosters. So you got the box on eBay for 80 euros. Stream Team over on Twitch. So far, 100% of you have said no, you've never opened one. Well, now's the time, folks. $11.99 and you can get a pack. I can almost assuredly tell you the value of the cards you open will not equal $11.99. But these boxes are between $500 and $600 a box because they're old. That's literally it, because they're old. They are hard to find and quite expensive. And so I think they're cool just because we have them in stock and available. But $11.99 a pack, and you too can have Homelands cards or Fallen Empires cards, and we can go through them together. So just note they are there. Appreciate y'all as we open those. I'm going to take a quick look at how Carl has these KKDs set up real fast. Numbers I got here. 20 is up. We got that one live. Still. $35, 4, 3, 2, 1, 30, 29, 10, 18, 17, 26. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to flip these on and we'll see what happens here, guys. All right, I think I got these all live. Let's go to msrips.com/kkd. msrips.com/kkd. Browser. Here. All right, so this is our Moonshot Rips edition of KKDs. I don't think these are tagged. That's probably why. So give me a second to tag them all. Bulk edit. Columns, tags. Yep. We can solve this. KKD. Check. Moon Shot Rips. Check. And add it to all of them and save. So now let's see if that worked. I think it will. KKD, Moonshot Rips, active. Vendor, product type, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. Here's what we're doing, guys. I have some KKDs that Carl gave me. And so the way this works is these are cards that he puts up normally. For customers. I have these available for just you all tonight. And so here are the 6 cards because we still have the Scorpion God for $16.99. I'm going to actually switch back over and show you the real cards and not just the screen. But you can get here from msrips.com/kkd. This is one of the things we're going to try to do moving forward is have these available for you all as we go. And so here are the 6 cards. If you want to see any of them up close and personal, let me know. But I've got a Scorpion God from a SLD. I've got this Super Shredder special foil. I don't remember the name of the foiling type, but that's the Super Shredder from Turtles. That's a hit for sure. I've got Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier foil. Look at that. Flips into one-winged angel. I've got Decorum Dissertation foil. So this is the one that Paradigms. It's a lesson. I've got the Foundations Chandra mana foil. These are so cool because they have the mana symbols on the foiling. I think it's literally one of the coolest foiling. This and Dragon Scale might be the 2 coolest foilings that I've seen. So those are a lot of fun. And then an Improv Capstone Full Art Field Notes foil from Secrets of Strixhaven. And so if you want to grab any of those, you're just going to go to msrips.com/kkd. These are singles, currently only available to you guys, but they will go on to KKD here soon, and someone will snatch them up. So every week we do a thing called KKD. It's Carl's Crazy Deals, where he posts 100 cards on Monday and 100 cards on Friday, and we sell about 85 to 88 of them every week. And then we end up selling all of them, but we sell 85 to 88 of them in the first week. And so they're first come, first serve. These are lower prices than TCG. And so it's a good way to get a cool card maybe for a deck. But once it's sold, it's sold. We don't have more behind the scenes. This is it. And so if you're interested in any of those cards, go to msrips.com/kkd, grab them. We'll put them in your order. So those cards are all live and ready. Folks, we're at 16 likes. We're only at 6:30. A lot of people still getting off work, so I imagine it'll pick up here in a bit. But we're only at 16 likes. If you want to win some free Dragon Shields, we need to get to 30. So tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell everybody you know. Let's see if we can get to 30 likes, and we can do that. Y'all got any questions for me? Anything you've always wanted to know? Yeah, thank you, Chad. Thank you. Rainbow Veil. That's fun. That card was good. That was Fallen Empires, Rainbow Veil back in the day. Let's just take a quick gander. Price guide. Rainbow Veil, $10. You were right. That's the big one in the set. It's one of the few usable cards. You got Dwarven Armorer and Ruins. There's the old Hand of Justice. This guy was $20 back in the day. Look at this guy. He was tap 3 white creatures you control to destroy any creature. So this was mono white control. If you had a bunch of white dudes, you get this avatar out for 6 mana, and you tap it and 3 other white creatures to blow up anything. That was the power back in the day. Aeolipile, Goblin Surgeon, Filfoglio Art, Bottomless Vault. These were the old lands. Wild. High Tide, Common, $1.17. That was one of the better cards in the set. So there's your Fallen Empire stuff. Let's take a look at Homelands. Homelands price guide. All right. Koskin Falls is the big one. I don't even know what that card is. Koskin Falls. During your upkeep, tap target untapped creature you control or bury it. No creature can attack you unless its controller pays an additional 2 whenever. So this is like an OG propaganda, right? This is like propaganda or whatever the other sphere of safety or whatever else. Pretty cool. Didgeridoo. This is the one that gave Minotaurs straight from your hand into play. There was a Minotaur that was printed recently-ish that made this card pretty like totally jumped. Yeah, you can see the spike. It was way before that too. 1 year. Yeah, here we go. So it was like $6 and then it went because some card came out that was a Minotaur that made this card very playable all of a sudden. Willow Priestess. Cool art. Take a fairy from your hand and put it directly into play. Cool for fairy decks. And then Merchant Scroll is the one that is probably the most playable. Search your library for any blue and interrupt to put it into your hand. So this lets you go grab Force Will, Counterspell, whatever you want, right? Combo.deck helps fill that up. And then this is the card we were talking about that's like the big dog. 8 mana, 5 black. Flying whenever creature's put in a graveyard the same turn it damaged it, put a +2/+2 on him. And taps to regenerate any vampire. Notably, he's a legend and not a vampire legend, so he cannot regenerate himself. This was the guy back in the day, the old Baron Singer. Chad King asking me, how do you own a game store and not open all the packs? Very easy answer to that. I am married. If I wanted to get divorced, I would certainly open all the packs. It is, it has been challenging to not want to do that because it's just fun. But I think you also kind of go through this cycle of like, you know, when you don't have all the cards and you can like have to get them and chase them and build them and find them. Like that was always the fun part. When you're buying collections every day and stuff's coming and going all the time and you see dual lands coming and going and big stuff coming and going, like it does lose its appeal a little bit. It's luster. It's like less interesting because the chase is gone in some ways. I don't know if you guys can believe that, but it's real. I mean, you end up kind of leveling up, right? You end up getting interested in other things. Like The problem is you go from like, I want to get a dual land to I want to get all the dual lands to I want to get Aegeus Cradle to I want to get Moxen, right? And it just kind of, I think as humans, we always want like just a little more, 25% more. And at some point it's like, well, the next thing I could get is a Black Lotus and those are $10,000, right? Or the next thing I could do is foil out this deck with foil Grim Monolith and foil Urza's lands, and that's thousands and thousands of dollars. And so, I don't know. Self-control is probably a very real thing, but her name is Amanda. My self-control. Her name is Amanda. She helps me make sure that I don't do anything stupid. I do occasionally like to flex and build a commander deck of some sort that has, Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale and Moat and some of these cards in it that are like cards people don't get the chance to see very often. I find that fun. We do have a rule here in the store, rule 0 for the whole store, where Chaos Orb is fully legal at Moonshot and Commander games, unless we're playing in some kind of like real big CEDH tournament or something. But I just love the idea of people standing up on chairs and flipping cards. And so, if you're able to do that, it's a lot of fun. And so I love that. I have Chaos Orb, and I love standing up on a table and flipping it, right? Because the way it works is you have to hold it 12 inches off the table, and it has to do a full rotation, and then whatever it lands on, it kills. And so that's just kind of a fun card that, again, most people don't get a chance to play. What's on the agenda for this week? How many of you are, any of y'all like off for the summer? School teachers or in a role that like has time off over the summer? Is everybody at the grind just doing their day jobs, working, burning both ends of the candlestick? We talked last stream, a bunch of y'all have been going camping. That's what I did last weekend. It was a lot of fun. Anybody else going camping anytime soon? J Mars, you still with us? If you are, I might take your challenge. 2 of the next 3 weekends, Gizmo. Do you tent camp? Do you sleep under the stars? Do you go glamping like my wife and I do? It's the only way we can compromise. I would choose the tent camp if given the choice, but that's a point of contention in our awesome marriage. She does not like bugs and dirt and sweat. Rafting on the Lehigh River. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I love tent camping too, personally. But that was a deal breaker. She's like, I'm never tent camping. It's not happening. Don't ever make me do it. And I said, okay. So we bought a little travel trailer, a little pull-behind travel trailer thing, and I can get her to do that. And so we set it up, and we'll go sleep in it, which is a lot more comfortable than tent camping, but not the same experience. We still get to be outdoors, which is a lot of fun. The Duke of Hurl coming in with 10 Fallen Empires packs. Duke, doing the thing. We're going to have a blast, guys, talking about these Fallen Empires packs. Let's see what we got here. 1, 2, a little bit of sticky on there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The Duke coming in hot. We're going to open some Fallen Empires packs. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, these guys are from 1995. So if y'all are just tuning in, Duke of Hurl coming in, buying 10 Fallen Empires packs. We've got these for $11.99 a pack right now. I just bought a box where getting through the box, but I'm going to slow roll this a little bit, and we're going to talk through some of these cards, Duke. And so it's kind of a fun way to work through these old cards. Target dwarf. So 2 casting, 1/2, giving other dwarfs, including itself. It is a dwarf. Soul Exchange. This is one of the more valuable cards in the set. I just saw that when I was looking it up. Sack a creature, remove it from the game instead of putting it in your graveyard. Take a creature from your graveyard and put it directly into play as though it were just summoned, and put a +2/+2 counter on that creature if the sacrifice creature was a thrall. So this is taking a dude in play, sacking it, getting the dude out of your graveyard, and dropping it into play. Not bad. It's a less good reanimate or animate dead, but it's not nothing. Like, if you're playing a reanimation deck, card's playable. Goblin Surgeon. Is this Surgeon or Chirurgeon? I always pronounced it Surgeon just because I was like, I think that's right, but I don't think that is right. I think it's a Chirurgeon. Anybody have any ideas on how to pronounce this? Goblin Chirurgeon. The art's great. Basal Thrall. I don't know how to pronounce that either. We need to do an enunciation class for Fallen Empires, because I don't know how to do this. 2 casting, 1/2. Sack it, add black. So you're sacking it just to not even really ramp. 2 casting, 1/2. Merfolk. Not great. Elven Fortress. This is our enchantment that gives blocking creatures bigger. Italian Scout. Tap to give 1 and tap to give something first strike. And Tidal Flats. All of your creatures that are blocking any non-flying creatures gain first strike. The attacking player may pay 1 for each attacking creature to prevent it. Tidal Flats to prevent it from giving first strike. So you can opt to give a thing first strike, and then they can say, no thank you, for 1. Duke, I hope you're loving this. This is sweet. I'm so excited that you grabbed some of these. We're going to get through some Fallen Empires together as a family here. Sand Silos comes into play tapped, and you can choose not to untap it and instead put a storage counter on it. So you can just let it sit there untapped, right? And then you can tap and remove any number of storage counters to add a blue to your mana pool. So it comes into play tapped with nothing on it. On your first turn, you can leave it tapped, and it adds 1 counter. So that's the second turn it comes into play. On turn 3, you can tap and remove that 1 counter. So 3 turns later, you can tap, remove a blue counter, and have no more blue counters. So this card really is only valuable if you have some type of a deck, proliferation type deck that adds counters, or if you're just not in a hurry, right? You're just in a lock of some sort, and you're just sitting there doing it. There we go. That was the bomb back in the day. This was the top card in the set back when it first came out. It was the Chase Uncommon, because, again, there are no rares in this set. But the Hand of Justice. 6 casting, 2/6 Avatar. Tap it and 3 creatures to destroy any creature. I love the tap symbol. The old school T turned sideways. How cool is that? Look at that. T. Just a tap. Just a T. Vacation Scout. Back to 1 and a thing to give first strikes. Goblin War Drums gives your dudes Menace. Some version of Menace. Goblin Grenade. This is one of the fun ones. Throw a goblin at somebody. Sack a goblin. Have it deal 5 damage to any creature. So you whittle them down, and then whack. Okay, remove 2 creatures in any graveyard from the game to put a Saproling token into play. So this was like the beginning of the Saprolings. There were many other Saprolings that spun up after this set with counters and such. And then this is probably my favorite card from the set. This is Hymn to Turok. This card was unbelievably powerful. Definitely the most powerful card in Fallen Empires back in the day. Target player discards 2 cards at random. This is not you get to pick the cards. This is cards at random. So you'd play, what was the Spectre? It wasn't Abyssal Spectre. It was Hypnotic Spectre, black 1, 2/2 flyer. When it attacks, they discard a card. This guy, Abyssal Spectre, Stupor from Mirage, and you just demolished their hands. There was a card that was restricted way back in the day. Restricted meant you could play 1 of them in a constructed deck. So this was long before Commander. These were 60-card decks. And you could play a card called Mind Twist. Mind Twist was X and a black. and it said target player discards X cards. So on turn 4, you could make them discard 3 cards. Turn 5, you could make them discard their whole hand, basically, because they probably only have 4 cards left. So a lot of fun. Hymn to Turok was super powerful, and this is my favorite art variant with the... feels like this is the kind of art, guys, that you could totally get on a t-shirt at Walmart nowadays, right? Like a wolf art. Definitely feels like the kind of like famous wolf art. I love it. I would wear this shirt for sure if I had it. So cool. Initiative, the Even Hand, black mana filtering, cleric. So again, there's multiple arts on some of these. I love the art too, Duke. I love the art. It's just neat to see some of these old cards. Tidal Influence. It's like a giant jellyfish looking thing. Put a tide counter on it when it's brought into play and during your upkeep. If there is 1 tide counter on it, all blue creatures get -2/-0. If there are 3, all blue creatures get +2/+0. When there are 4, remove them all. You cannot cast it if there's another one in play. So you can't be too powerful here, guys. You can't have +2/+0s multiple times. Conch Horn, sack it, draw 2 cards, then put one of the cards from your hand back on top of your library. Original, like, scry effects way back in the day. There's a Goblin War Drums because everything menace. Here's a Vidalian Mage. I think this underwater serpent guy is casting a spell on this fish. That's what it looks like. He's like, hey, got you. Hymn to Turok. There's the other one. So these people are doing some kind of like spell circle. Same card as the other one, right? Literally exact same card. 2 black, same card, different art. And this was confusing for a lot of players back in the day because you could play 4 of any one card. Some people, I remember in my play group, we thought if you had different art, you could play 4 of each one. How dope would that be, playing 8 Hymn to Turoks? That's like cheating, right? But no, you get to pick the art you prefer. Nowadays, it's not a major thing because there's so many different versions of art. But in Fallen Empires, that was the first set that printed multiple arts. Yeah, because the other ones didn't have multiple arts. They had different printings, like Arabian Nights, I think, where they had like darker and lighter mana symbols. There was like a 1A and a 1B of like Rook Egg and some of those cards, but I don't think that there was any set prior to Fallen Empires that offered that. Elvish Scout, such dope art from Mark Poole. That's just sick. How cool. Soldiers, 2 casting, 1/2 Merfolk, and an Orcish Spy. Look at the top 3 cards of target player's library and put them back in any order. This was a lock card back in the day, right? You get out your thing that they only have one way to kill, and you can delay them being able to kill it by just looking at those cards and putting them back. Oh, in the same order. Sorry, never mind. This was in the same order. So this was just giving you insight into what you would see. You weren't rearranging their deck. You were just understanding what was coming. There we go. Sacrifice a green creature to turn target land into a basic forest. Mark it with a counter. So this again was when they're telling you to mark stuff with counters but didn't have any way to do that. And so you were just using dice, right? There was no tokens or anything like that. But this dude was making lands forests. And there was a big green liege, Gaia's Liege, green 3 maybe from Alpha Beta Unlimited that would tap lands and turn them into forest. I remember my best friend in high school, Tyson, used to love the idea of making me have all forests. His whole game plan was always to just literally turn my deck into forest so I couldn't do anything. Because if you're not playing green, you can't do that. And so Thelonite Monk, nice addition to that. Feral's Mantle. Target creature attacks and is not blocked. It can deal X+2 to any other target creature where X is the power of the creature. If it does so, it deals no damage to the opponent. So you can basically attack with a dude. They say no blocks. You say, all right, I'm going to redirect that damage +2 to your creature instead. But it's an enchantment, so it's kind of bum because it's not instant speed, right? You have to do this before you put it on the dude. So in essence, they're just going to block the guy if they know you're just going to redirect it otherwise. It doesn't add a whole lot of immense value. Tidal Flats, we've seen different art on that one before. Combat Medic, prevent 1 damage to any creature or player. 3 casting O2, not exactly power creep on that one. Elvish Hunter. So this is Anson Maddox, way back in the day, one of the original major artists for Magic the Gathering. Target creature is not on tap. Goblin Chirurgeon, Basal Thrall, and Orcish Veteran. Cannot be assigned to block any white creature of power greater than 1, so it can only block the little guys. All right, Duke, let's hit a few more of these. This is fun. Thank you for going in on these Fallen Empires packs. I'm having a blast talking through them and opening them. Thrall Retainer. Target creature gets +1/+1. Sack it to regenerate the creature it enchants. So this was a way to keep your guy alive, right? Make it bigger, keep it alive. Civilianite Priest. Target creature may not be the target of spells or effects until end of turn. Oh, this is the best. Use this ability only during your upkeep. How bunk is that in hindsight? Think about that for a second. It's not instant speed, right? Like Mother of Runes wrecks this card. Target creature, blue tap. So you also have to tap your guy. So on my own upkeep, I'm going to tap my guy to make my other guy not be able to be targeted with spells or effects, which means it's only impacting instant speed things, right? Because if I'm playing against you, you're not going to cast a sorcery on my turn. And so, like, what does it stop? It stops a lightning bolt. It stops a swords to plowshares or a terror. Like back in the day, I don't know what this does. Not great, that's for sure. Cannot be assigned. So there's another Brass Claw Orcs. There's your Menace card, Goblin War Drums. This guy bans. How fun. Banding. One of the weirdest features ever created in Magic the Gathering, being able to band together. This lady's out in the wheat fields doing work. Neckrite. This is weird art. This dude's licking a knife, bleeding everywhere. Enjoying it, I guess. That's what he's into. If it's attacked, not blocked, you can sack it to bury a dude. And then the third art of Hymn to Turok. So there's a third different art. We have the wolves. We have the kind of prayer circles or demon circles or whatever they're called, spiritual circles. And then we have this dude that's conjuring something behind his cape. This is one of the most famous artists from back in the day, Quentin Hoover, who has since passed. His art is exceptionally hard to find, and his autograph is exceptionally hard to find because Quentin passed away. And so there's not a lot of signed Quentin Hoover art out there or cards out there. If you ever come across those are real valuable and real interesting for sure. Thelonite Druid. Sacrifice a creature to turn all your forests into 2/3 creatures until end of turn. They still count as lands, but they cannot be tapped for mana if they were brought into play this turn. That's weird. So it literally, I don't know if that's been errated or if it's just a thing. All right, here's one for you. Margaret Organ Keene. Okay, note that name, Margaret Organ King. Don't Google this. Don't search. Don't ChatGPT this. What is Margaret Organ Keene's? I think we'll check this. We're gonna fact check me. What is her most famous card that she ever did art for? You can look at this art and kind of tell if you knew, but can you name Margaret Organ Keene's most famous art that she did for Magic the Gathering? Any guesses? Any guesses? Force of Will? No, Force of Will was the original one. Was Richard Kane for? No, Therese Nelson. Yeah, it was Therese Nelson in Alliances. It's of that caliber though. It's definitely like a premium card that everybody will know. I'll give you a hint. It was in a later set. The set was Mirage. It was a card in Mirage. We'll come back to this. She did Autumn Willow. right? Which is from Homelands. She did Daughter of Autumn. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. We're getting close. IJK. There it is. LED, Lion's Eye Diamond. Exactly right. She did Tranquility and Tempest. Cool art there too. But yeah, it was Lion's Eye Diamond. Kind of fun. Little fun fact for you. So there's Stellanite Druid turning all your dudes into attackers. Spirit Shield gets artifact. 2 and tap. Target creature gets +0/+2 as long as it remains tapped, and you can choose not to untap it. So this is like kind of the OG equipment, right? This is kind of like something you'd almost like attach to something, and it would just stay there. So this would go in play, 2 tap, and it sticks, and that's really what it does. When your creature dies, you just pick a new creature. Armor Thrall, Italian, Acacian Scout, Tidal Flats, Acacian Infantry, back to banding and for striking. Homerid, these are the lobster man creatures. Another Quentin Hoover art down here. And then Goblin War Drums, giving everything menace. 4 packs left, Duke of Hurl. This has been so fun. Thank you for helping us grab these. We haven't hit the bomb yet. There is that we have learned there is a bomb in the set that's almost worth as much as the pack. We have not gotten there. Maybe we will. Dwarven Hold. It is a land. That's what triggered it. This is another one of those. Comes into play tapped, put a counter on it, and just wait forever. This is the red one. Sack a white creature to have attacking red creatures. Deal no damage during combat this turn. The attacking creature may pay 2 in a red for an attacking creature to have it deal damage as normal. So this was just straight color hate. Back in the day, guys, there were cards like Circle of Protection Red, which was 1 white and a colorless. And it was just like pay 1, prevent all damage from a red source. So this is another version of that. But this one, I mean, cost 3 to get out. Then you had to sack a dude to have it deal no damage. But they could just pay 2 in a red to have it deal damage. I don't know. Doesn't feel great. Homerid Warrior. Brass Claw Orcs. This one cracks me up. 3 casting 3/2. This is like a bit of a beater relative to the other ones. Spore Cloud. Tap all blocking creatures. No creatures deal damage in combat. Neither attacking nor blocking. Creatures untap as normal during their controller's next untap step. So you attack me. I do or don't block. I wouldn't block, right? Because if I do block, they tap. No creatures deal any damage. Neither attacking nor blocking. Untap as normal. So if you attack me, I don't block. I cast this. Nobody deals damage. So it's fog, right? Then all your dudes stay tapped. That actually feels pretty good. Green, 1 fog that keeps your guys tapped for a turn. That feels like a pretty good card. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but assuming that does what I think it does, right? Where you attack me, because it's an instant. No creatures deal any damage in combat. Neither attacking nor blocking creatures untap as normal during their controller's next untap. So you attack me with you do an all-out attack. I fog. I don't block anything. No blocks. Fog. All your dudes stay tapped. I get to attack you next turn. Crack back. And then your guys don't untap during your next turn. And then I get a crack again. That feels really interesting. Acacian Infantry, banding for striking. Dwarven Soldier, 2 casting 2/1. Whenever it blocks or is blocked by orcs, it gets a little bigger. And Basal Thrall, the guy that sacrifices himself to produce the mana he costs to get in play. There's like no advantage to this guy. And it's a tap sack, so he can't even do it the turn he comes into play. So, I mean, not that you would want to pay 2 to then tap sack to get 2 more. Let me see if I can block this user. Permaban. Get up out of here. Unthinking Sprite. So we got somebody over on our Twitch channel trying to get me to buy some AI viewers. Ain't nobody want that. Orcish Captain. 1 casting. Hi, Tommy. We're opening some Fallen Empires. Duke of Hurl got in on some Fallen Empires tonight. So Orcish Captain. Felon's Chant. During your upkeep, pay a green or bury it. Whenever a player puts a swamp into play, it deals 3 damage to him or her, unless they put a -1/-1 counter on a creature they control. That feels interesting, right? Like, you're paying 1 to keep this thing alive, and all they're doing is getting -1/-1 counters on creatures. That doesn't feel super great. Vidalian Mage, I still love the art on this, where it's like casting a spell on a fish. Orders of the Even Hand. This is one of the best cards for sure in the set. 2 casting, 2/1. Pro White, gets bigger and first strike. This card was really powerful back in Standard, way back in the day. It was called Type 2. So Type 1, there was Vintage, which was Type 1, and then there's Standard, which was Type 2. During your upkeep, put counters on it, remove counters to have it deal 1 damage. So during your upkeep, put a spore counter on it, remove 3 spore counters to have it deal 1 damage. So just for context, guys, 3 casting, 2/2. On your upkeep, so the third time it's been around for an entire turn, you can have it do 1 damage. That's what this card does. Hymn to Turok, another art, powerful card, Elvish Scout and Vidalian Mage, the one that he's not casting a spell on a fish. 2 more packs, Duke of Hurl. Appreciate you going in again on these. This is just fun. Trip down memory lane. I'm excited for all the old stuff we're going to open over the coming weeks and months, guys. Dwarven Ruins. This one comes into play tapped and saps for red or sacks for red. Ebon Praetor. This was one of the big dogs back in the set. Look at this bunny. I don't know what's happening. It's the devil. I think this is some kind of mermaid lizard thing. And then a giant bunny man suit with what looks to be some kind of like demon cleric. Trample. First strike. During your upkeep, put a -2/-2 counter on it. You can sacrifice a creature during your upkeep to remove a -2/-2 counter. If the creature sacrificed was a thrall, also put a +1/+0 counter on it. Only 1 creature can be sacrificed in this manner each turn. So you're paying 6 for a 5/5. Keep in mind, like this is up against like Juzum Jin, right? Like forecasting 5/5 was the big dog back in the day. Urnum Jin, 3 and a green for a 4/5, so this guy could take that out. And this thing had trample and first strike, so it was definitely expensive to get out. But I mean, for a 5/5 first strike trampler, playable card, maybe back in the day, right? During your upkeep, it gets smaller, so it becomes a 3/3. But you can sack a dude to keep it a 5/5, and if you're sacking a thrall, it becomes a 6/5. High Tide. This card's still playable to this day. Until end of turn, all islands produce an additional blue. So this card comboed off with Palancron, and I think it was just Palancron because that was the one you could return to your hand and cast again. But any of the cards that tapped like Frantic Search, 2 and a blue, search, grab 2, put 2, and untap 3 lands. Like this card gave you mana advantage in some of those cards and formats. Orcish Veteran, Night Soil, creating 1/1 Saprolings, an Acacian Money Changer. This one's funny. 1 casting 0/2, Townsfolk. Little Townsfolk. It deals 3 damage to you when you summon it, and you put 3 credit counters on it. During your upkeep, put 1 credit counter on it. Sacrifice it to gain 1 life for each credit counter on it. But here's the best part. You could only do it during your upkeep. And so the concept of like reacting to things and doing instant speed stuff back in Fallen Empires just wasn't a thing, right? I mean, there were instant speed cards. You could Lightning Bolt, you could Swords to Plowshares, you could Terror, you could do things at instant speed. But this dude, I don't understand. During your upkeep, you just add another counter. I remember, guys, when I was a major Timmy, when I first started playing this, me and my buddies would get this card, put it in play, and just let it sit there for 25 turns and never cash it in. It was like we were putting money in a savings account with really bad interest rates, right? And just like sitting there and waiting. And, you know, when you weren't at threat, and a lot of times those games would be like huge board states where it was like 6 dudes against 6 dudes and we were never going to attack each other. And this thing was just sitting over there, like putting the game out of reach because I was gaining 1 life a turn. What a wild thing. Homrid, these little lobster dudes, and then Goblin War Drums giving all your guys menace. Last pack. I wouldn't call it last pack magic, Duke. I would say it's the last pack of magic cards that we're going to open in Fallen Empires. But, I mean, the best card we can hit is probably a Rainbow Veil. And so I wouldn't be holding your breath here, but let's see what we can find. Homrid Shaman. This one was fun. 4 casting, though. 2/1. Blue. Tap a green creature. So the nice part was it's not a tap effect. So if you have 8 blue and they have 8 blue creatures, you could lock down their board. So this card was very sideboardable back in the day if you were playing against a mono green deck that had because mono green had a hard time getting rid of things. They couldn't blow up your creatures. They didn't have ways to like destroy target creature. That wasn't a thing. And so Homrid Shaman, pretty powerful dude. Raiding Party may not be the target of white spells or effects. Sack an orc to destroy all planes. A player may tap a white creature to prevent up to 2 planes. Any number of creatures can be tapped. So this is an enchantment where if you, again, color hose, right? Color hose. You got blue, you're taking on green. You got red, you're taking on white. You sideboard this card in against a mono white deck, and it forces them to slow play and to be thoughtful. My favorite part about this, guys, as we're looking, I'm sure you all seeing it also, but this orc has a thong on, which feels unnecessary. Definitely not family friendly back in the day. So thank you, Quentin Hoover, for that underskirt view. What a mess. Combat Medic. 3 casting, 0/2. That prevents damage expensively. Vidalian Soldiers, 1/2 Merfolk, Orcish Spy. A Thalid. During your upkeep, put a counter on it, spore counter on it. Remove 3 spore counters to create a Saproling. So this guy comes in for 1/1 for 1. Turn 1 upkeep, turn 2 upkeep, turn 3 upkeep. And you can have a 1/1 creature. High Quarter Square X from Twitch. We are opening Fallen Empire packs right now. Duke of Hurl bought 10 packs of Fallen Empires. Basal Thrall and Brass Claw Orcs. Duke, appreciate you. Look at that stack of Fallen Empires cards you got. Exactly right, Quarter. We'll get these shipped up for you. I don't think there's anything that you sleeve in these. I don't think there's a card in this pile that's super valuable. But what a treat going through them. What a treat having them. I really appreciate you giving us a chance to see those. Fun for the stream, for sure. Thanks so much, Duke. All right, that takes us to an open queue. We are not in a hurry here, folks. Just chilling tonight. Very casual night. Our normal streamer, Queen Honey, is out. She's camping. And so she's off. I am the assistant to the regional manager. I am the replacement guy tonight. I own the company Moonshot. We are a premium game store here, WPN Premium Game Store here in beautiful Noblesville, Indiana. If you've never been, it is like a Hallmark card. Our square, our downtown, is just gorgeous. It's just stunning. Our gameplay space is as in sitting in an FPS map waiting for people to spawn, or like she's out. No, she's outside camping. She's literally like sleeping in a tent somewhere, I think. But our store is in an old art gallery, and so our front of our store is like 30-foot tall ceilings, really beautiful lights and shades, and it's just cool. It's a really cool vibe in our space. If you've never been, you're always welcome. All y'all are welcome to come visit us anytime here in Noblesville, Indiana. We are just up the road from Gen Con, so if you're coming into town for Gen Con, we will have a booth at Gen Con. We are having a pre-party at Gen Con. It's going to be quite an extravaganza, and so if you're around, we'd love to spend some time with you, get to play some games with you guys, hang out with y'all at Gen Con, but we are just down the road from that. Open queue, open questions. As the owner of the company, I'm happy to talk about anything you guys want to talk about. I'm happy to dig deeper on any Magic-related stuff, any, I don't know, business-related stuff, whatever you want to talk about. I'm here. I'm just grateful to spend time with y'all. If you do want to grab packs, you can do that. Should be pinned in the channels. It is moonshotgamestore.com/live to get packs, and we will open them for you. It's right here, moonshotgamestore.com/live. Go there, buy any packs. The packs will print out on my little printer here. We will open them for you. I have a whole wall of packs over here. Yeah, it's been fun. We're really having a lot of fun doing this. We do have a giveaway if we can get to 30 likes. We're at 18 right now. So if you haven't liked the stream, unfortunately only works on the YouTubes. But if you haven't liked the stream, go do that. And if we get to 30 likes, we will give away this Might Dragon Shield matte dual sleeves. Green. They're like a green color, like that. So we'll give those away if we can get to 30 likes. We're at 18 right now, so we just need 12 more. 12 more likes. If you haven't done it, do it. Go do it. Go do the thing. And then if you are unfamiliar with KKDs, you can go to msrips.com/KKD, which stands for Carl's Crazy Deals. Carl has given us these 6 cards, 5 cards plus 1 left over for tonight. These are cards I just put up for sale. They are available to you. You're the only folks that know about these cards. And so if you want to grab these, or you want to, I can zoom in on the screen and show you whatever. But we've got a couple really cool art prints. We got the mana foil here, which is neat if you've never seen a mana foil card. So all available, all for you. Just go to msrips.com/KKD for Carl's Crazy Deals. KKD. How many of you are active this season in Arena? Anybody playing Arena much lately? Do I still have my poll up? I'm looking. Oh, yes. Go there. Studio. Live. I have a poll. 43% of you have opened Fallen Empires or Homelands packs. 57% of you have not. That's fun. We're going to be doing more polls, guys. I have some tech coming that will integrate into some of the stuff we're doing. You guys will get a chance to see that, but not fully integrated yet. Just something I was playing with while I was sitting here. It's telling me my YouTube auth needs reconnected. Let's try this, shall we? I think I want Moonbot, actually. One second. Second. Moonbot. I have to log in here, and I have to do it with password that I don't know. All right, that worked. Continue. All right, we are in. Minor little blip. Open the bot, stop the bot, start the bot. And we're back live again. Cool, cool, cool. All right, guys, we got 13 viewers hanging out. I know it's not nearly as fun when I'm here instead of, yeah, I don't know why. J Mars, I'll take you up on it if you don't mind battling me. I'll go buy it. Be fun. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Just let me know. If you're like, Jason, let's do this, then I'll do it. If not, if somebody else wants to jump in, you can go to msrips.com/battles. J Mars has created a Ravnica challenge. It's Guilds of Ravnica, Ravnica Allegiance, and War of the Spark. And I think winner gets a MH3 pack, maybe. Kind of fun. So if anybody wants to take J Mars up on that, go do that, and we'll do a quick battle here for everybody. It'll be a lot of fun. If not, J Mars, message me or message here in the chat that you want to battle me, and I'll jump in. I don't mind. I ain't scared. He says, let's do it. All right, fine. I'll play your game. Let's have some fun, shall we? It's a lot more fun to battle and open packs than it is to sit and stare and watch me cheater chit-chat. I'll challenge you. Coming in hot. I gotta log in. I think... I don't want to log in as Queen Honey. Sent me an email. Hold on. Hold on. Got a code that got sent to my email. I gotta do the thing. All right. Put it in my locker. Check out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on for static because I just added it to my locker, no problem. All right, let's do this. Let's do this, J Mars. Let's do this. Order placed. So we're going to do the thing. All right. Challenge is up. Let's print them things. Let's go to battles. 2 streamers, community, tonight's battles, box opening. This one maybe? Let's give it a go. All right, Josh versus Jason. This will be fun. We normally have the home team batting last, at least when I run the streams. And so, Josh, I'll give you a few seconds. You decide. Do you want to go first or second? We'll come out a little bit so we can see a little bit more. Maybe it's a little too bright there. I don't know. Let's do this. Let's center these in here. You want to go second. All right, I will open my packs first. And then we'll open yours. So we are looking for rares and mythics. Feels a little washed out on the color. Wonder if zooming solves that a little bit. A little bit, maybe. Playing with the lights a little bit, folks. I think it's okay once I'm here. It's just the stuff on the... Oh, it's just because it's not on the screen. I hope we get some awesome dual lands, too. There we go. I'm just playing with the lighting a little bit. I think that's maybe better. We'll see. We'll see where it takes us. All right, we're going to do CMC. High CMC wins this Modern Horizons 3 play pack. So first up is me versus Josh, J Mars. All right, let's see what we can do here, shall we? Only rares and mythics. These packs did not... These were draft packs, booster packs. So they did not have multiple rares other than you could get a foil rare, which would be a real win. So a Trotta 4. I think an average of 4 would actually be really good, other than maybe some big bombs somewhere along the line. Four plus. Oh boy, that's a big one. That's going to be tough there, friend. Yikes. Warrant Warden. I forgot about the dual cards. So that counts as 2 and 5 is 7. So there's an 11. Josh, that's going to be a tough nut to crack right there, I think. I don't know that there's a whole lot of cards that get over that. Hopefully we get some lands here and slow down the bleeding. Oh, not any better, brother. 5 for a time wipe. That was a big one. So I got to say... 4 plus 7 is 11, plus 5 is 16 in 3 packs. That's pretty good. I feel like that is a very, very high score. So let's hope you get bigger. We'll see. We'll see if we can get bigger. Next up is Josh. We will open Josh's packs now. We'll go in the same order. Maybe you can get a double. I mean, there's definitely bigger cards, so it's not, I'm not going to say that that's like unbeatable. I am going to say that it's pretty hard to beat. So we'll see. We'll see what we can do for you here. Either that or let's hit some shock lands and get some value out of the packs if we don't get the big one. Thought Eraser. There you go. 6. 6 is a good start. 6 is a very good start. 3 6s and you win. Come on. See what else we can land here. Unfortunately, not a rare, but that would have been a good one too. And 4. That takes us to 10. You're in play. You are in play at 10. I have 16. You need a 7 here. A 7 to take down the title. Good luck. 7 to title, 6 to tie. I think you lose a tie break at 6, though. So I think you need a 7. Five. Oh, J Mars. Sorry, friend. I had a 16. I thought it was pretty unbeatable. And you came in with a 15. Wild. Just wild. Sorry, bud. Hope you had fun. That was That was fun. It was fun playing the game. Getting close. This guy is a big one in a lot of the Planeswalker Super Friends style decks in Commander. All right, let's open this this pack. What do we got? What do we got? Roshin, Roaring Prophet. All right, so you can't... Oh, there's another one. Jodi, Mog Ancient. All right, you can't be too upset. There wasn't anything really worth hitting in that pile. All right, we will get this added to the pile. Here. All right, we got an order for Really Hate This. Thank you, Really Hate This. We will get your order processed. Going back in time to some oldies but goodies. We got MM2 times 3, Fallen Empires times 2, and Homelands times 3. Hold tight. One, two, three of MM2. Two Fallen Empires. From 1995, and 3 Homelands. A Richard Garfield game. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Really hate this. Good luck. Hey, Justin. Good to see ya. All right. So we're going to open them in the order you placed. We'll start with the Modern Masters. These are such cool packaging. If you guys haven't seen these, I think they only did this once because I'm sure it was an absolute dumpster fire to actually do. But they have these Modern Masters boxes. Cardboard, and they have a little pull tab. It's going well, dude. Good to see you. And that's how you open it. It's kind of wild. Actually makes it a lot easier for me as the opener, but I'm sure they were not easy to print or produce. Wolf token. Oh, thank you. Let's come back to this and get rid of that thing. Thank you, On Doggone. All right. Skyreach. Oh, yeah, I forgot a lot of these had upside down cards in them. So weird. Apostle's Blessing. Death Denied. Steady Progress. Commune with Nature. That card's very good. Blades. Kite Sail. Sickle Slicer. Flash Freeze. Bestial Sigil. And Puppeteer Click. The Foil Sylvan Bounty. When it enters the battlefield, put target creature card from an opponent's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It gains haste. And then you exile it. 5 casting 3/2 with persist. So when it dies, it comes back and enters the battlefield again, which is pretty good. All right. We have a Eldrazi Spawn token. Thrumming Bird. Commune with Nature again. Cathodian Sign in Blood. Mutagenic Growth. Spectral Possession Necrogenesis. And a Fulminator Mage. This guy was pretty good back in the day. So black or red land destruction. Destroy target non-basic land. Land destruction's a format that I wish Wizards would go back to. It was oppressive. It was a blast. I don't know. I know that Mark Rosewater has come on and talked about how it makes the game not fun for the opponent. Yeah, I agree. That's what makes it great. It's my style of Magic. Make it so you don't have any fun. Sounds great. We got an insect token. Look at that little ant. Nasty ant. Yeah, I will be at Comic-Con, Indiana Comic-Con. For those of you that we're not going to San Diego Comic-Con, but Indiana Comic-Con is this weekend. We are the official board game partner of Indiana Comic-Con, so we set up a whole local game store inside of the convention. And this year, big news just announced, the celebrity du jour this year is none other than Nicolas Cage. That's a big deal. Nick Cage is doing his first ever con, and he's doing it here in Indiana at Indiana Comic-Con. So yes, we will be there. Come hang out with us. Cloud Elemental, Kavu. I love the Kavus that you could kick and they can do things. Frogmite. Eldrazi Temple. Tap, add 1 to your mana pool. Tap, add 2 to your mana pool. Spend this mana only to cast other colorless things. Ashen Moor Gouger. And Spellsky. That card is playable for sure. Change the target. That card keeps you alive in Commander and other things. 2 casting artifact, and it's Phyrexian mana. So that card is interesting. For show. Spellskite. Letting you deflect things you don't want. Friends, if you are on here and haven't liked the stream yet, please do. We're at 21. When we get to 30, we will have a giveaway. We're giving away some Dragon Shields tonight. Some cool green dual matte Dragon Shields. Feral Thallid. This was a big guy back in the day. 6 casting, 6/3. During your upkeep, let's zoom just a smidge. During your upkeep, put a spore counter on it. Remove 3 to regenerate it. So by turn 4, after it came into play, so turn 10, it could regenerate. Not super valuable. Deep Spawn. This was the big guy in blue. 8 casting, 6/6 trample. During your upkeep, take 2 cards from top of your library and put them into your graveyard. So mill for 2. 1 blue, may not be the target of spells or effects until end of turn. I remember this guy actually being a problem for me because my buddies would play mill decks. So they would play Millstone, 2 casting artifact, tap 2, mill the top 2 cards off your library. That's why they call it milling, because of Millstone. Helm of Obedience, right? Search the top X cards of target opponent's library. They would Stroke of Genius you and make you draw 40 cards and then you run out of cards. And so this guy was somewhat problematic because you couldn't play him, right? Because they just deck you. Night Soil, Initiates of the Even Hand. I have a cousin who has a similar tattoo, actually. He's got an eye tattoo like that. It's kind of cool. Vidalian Mage, Elven Fortress, Armor Thrall, and Order of the Even Hand. One of the best cards, actually, from the set back in the day during Type 2 days. Protection from white 2/1. You can give first strike, and you can get bigger. No blocks. I'll pump that. Take 4. So for those of you that are just tuning in, these are Fallen Empires packs from 1995, older than most of you. These cards were printed in 95. They are from arguably one of the worst sets ever printed, but you can't find them anymore. These cards are hard to get because they're so dang old, 31 years old. And so we brought them on the stream. We're going to start to carry everything really from Fallen Empires forward is the goal. Yeah, that's the real deal. So we got Fallen Empires and Homelands. I literally think these packs we have for $11.99. I'm really grateful for you guys for letting us open them. I don't know that you can get the value back out of your packs, right? This is not one where it's like, oh man, I hit a serialized card and like totally made a bunch of money. This is nostalgia. Y'all that are buying these packs are doing it because it's really fun to see this really cool art that we haven't seen in 30 years, right? It's kind of fun. But look at the power creep on these cards. Like 2 casting 1/2. I mean, just like not even reasonable in today's standards, right? So, all right, really hate this. Since this is your pack, here is your task. Fit Ring of Renewal into a deck. You got a weirdo deck, you like playing old cards, discard a card at random and draw 2 cards. Let's get this guy into a deck. Play some madness deck of some sort or something nonsense. 5 mana artifact, 5 and tap. Look at this tap symbol. It's just a T turned sideways. 5 mana and T to discard a card at random to draw 2. Let's do this. Figure out a way to get Ring of Renewal into a deck. That's a real challenge for you. Thorn Thallid. Guys, on turn 6, it can deal 1 damage to something. Mindstab Thrill. This guy was actually reasonable, right? If it attacks and isn't blocked, you can sack it to force a player to discard cards. Tidal Flats, Combat Medic, prevent damage, 1 damage. It's a 3 casting 0-2, not exactly winning any awards. This guy was actually a beater, 3 casting 3-2, so that was something. And the Javelineers, these were like actually playable in Type 2 back in the day because it was a 1 casting 1-1 that comes in with a counter on it. Basically gets 1 javelin and it gets to throw that javelin. So it can deal 1 damage to any target if you take the javelin counter off. So if you're playing against Birds of Paradise, this could shoot a Birds of Paradise. There's a 1-1 for 1 that could shoot a Birds of Paradise. Not bad. Shoot a lawnmower elf, right? Take out some goblin. It's a real thing. All right, let's get to Homelands now. Homelands, if you guys haven't heard this story, pretty funny. So Mark Rosewater, who's been with Wizards of the Coast since forever, famously in an interview recently, I don't know if it was recently, I read about it, basically tried to kill this set. He didn't want this set to happen. He thought this set was so underpowered and not good that Wizards of the Coast should just kill it. And rumors are, at least, that he and Richard Garfield, agreed on that topic and thought that it wasn't good enough. And so they should kill it. But Peter Atkinson, who was the CEO or president of Wizards at the time, said, no, we're gonna make it happen. And I mean, he was focused on the commercialization of Magic. And so not only did they print Homelands, they printed a lot of Homelands. Not as much as Fallen Empires. Fallen Empires had the biggest print run. When we opened our Fallen Empires box, guys, we got this. So I don't know if that means it was lot number 109,000 or if it started at 10,000. I don't know. Right? I don't know where the number came from, but I think it's relatively reasonable to assume that it's the 109,505th box of Fallen Empires. That doesn't sound unreasonable based on what I know of what happened back in the day. So here's Homelands. We got lycanthropes. I don't know the exact call there. I'm not a D&D guy that understands a whole lot of this horror lore. Look at that art. It's like a face melting into a face. The end of combat, put a -2/-2 on all creatures blocking it. Funeral March, when target creature leaves play, that creature's controller sacrifices. All right. Sandbite Alchemist prevents damage. Dry Spell, this one was cool. 1 damage to each creature and player. This was like the OG Pyroclasm. Pyroclasm came out in Ice Age, the next set. But this was the original black version of this. So this thing would wipe out a lot of elf decks or goblin decks. You could just like take them all out. Carapace, enchant creature, makes it bigger, and you could sack this to regenerate. Instant speed. Look how bad instant speed stuff was back in the day. All blocking creatures gain first strike. 3 in a red. Aether Storm, this card was actually super fun in control decks. I loved playing this card in control decks. No summon spells can be cast, and Aether Storm so you can pay 4 life to kill it. And so basically, if you're playing against a control deck, or playing against a creature deck, they have to pay 4 life to sacrifice this. I would play this in decks that I had no creatures, right? Or maybe I had 2 creatures in the whole deck. Blue-white control back in the day. And then Primal Order. During each player's upkeep, it deals 1 damage to them for each non-basic land they control. This card actually feels like, hey, really hate this? This card feels like it could fit in a commander deck somewhere, right? You could certainly play this in a deck where you're playing mostly basics and they're not, and they're just taking 5 every turn because they have all non-basics in their deck. Yeah, I thought it would have been an Enchant World too, Frosthawk. I don't know. It might have later been... No, because they had Enchant Worlds at the time. I mean, there are Enchant Worlds in these sets, and so I don't know why they would have called that an enchantment. Good thought. But really hate this. I would challenge you to fit Primal Order into a deck. Because that card actually feels like it could do something, right? Yeah, I mean, you gotta play basics, right? You're playing all basics, I think. I can find a spot for it. Yeah, you can. That's the attitude we're looking for. Feast of the Unicorn. Target creature gets +4/+0 as an enchantment for 4 mana. Terrible. Shrink. Target creature gets -5/-0 until end of turn. So this is instant speed. Doesn't do anything to the creature. Just makes it smaller. Mesa Falcon. So this is Mark Poole art. We were talking about how he did Birds of Paradise and he did the other Mesa Falcon art too. But it's a 2 casting 1/1 flyer. Little underpowered relative to today's standards. Trade Caravan. During your upkeep, put a currency counter on it. Remove 2 currency counters to untap target basic land. Folk of On Hava. Little dance party. Giant Albatross. This is a a 2 casting 1/1 flying bird. Bury all creatures that damaged it. So it has some version of Death Touch, but they can actually pay life to prevent that from happening. Here we go. This is a decent card. I mean, decent's relative. Yeah, I agree. Some of the flavor text is pretty good. This town's only for good folk. The rest can go to the city. I know some small towns that feel that way. All right, so Koshin Keep. Add 1 colorless mana to your mana pool. Pay 1 in tap for red, 2 in tap for black, 2 in tap for green. So, I mean, there's certainly better versions of lands that have come out since then, but it exists. And then Raksha the Slayer. This was the Homelands version of Sarah Angel, right? So it doesn't fly, but it can block flyers. And if it's assigned to block a black creature, it gets bigger. So this card, I think, was designed specifically to take down Hypnotic Spectre and Singer Vampire, right? Because it became a 4/5 with reach, basically, against black creatures. Rarely be the prey so haughty as to hunt the hunter, Baron Singer. I guess that it wouldn't take down Baron Singer because he was 5/5. So he would survive that. A battle with Rashka the Slayer. I think it'd have, yeah. I think it was the other. Hungry Mist, this was back when you were playing big beatdown decks. So you're playing big power, small toughness creatures. Alliances had a card called Yavimaya Ants. This is another kind of variant of that, right? Which is forecasting 6/2, but it has an upkeep cost. Not cumulative, just green. There you go. That's a hit. Merchant Scroll from Homelands. Search your library for a blue instant interrupt, reveal it to all players, and put it into your hand. You get to play this card in Commander in the OG format. You don't have to play the newer printings of this. You can actually use the original one. This card, guys, was a standard at the time, again called Type 2 All-Star. Comes into play with 3 counters on it. Okay. Tap to remove a counter to put a -1/-1 counter on a creature. So you could shoot down Llanowar Elves and Birds of Paradise. You could shoot down the Orders of the Initiate and Orders of the Even Hand. You could take out a Hypnotic Spectre in 2 turns. So this thing there wasn't a lot of creature removal back in the day. It was a lot of creature battling and not a lot of ways to get rid of creatures. And so this card was really, really playable. Legit. 3 casting 1/3 that gets a bigger butt. Dark Maze is a wall that can attack. Torture, choose a creature and make it smaller. I mean, this is the level of creature removal you had. You would enchant their creature and then you'd 2 at a time take it smaller. I mean, there's just not a lot out there. On Hava Inn, I love the art on this. Brian Snoddy's one of my favorite artists. He did my favorite card of all time, Balduvian Horde and Alliances. But that's just cool art. Gain 1+ life where 1 is equal to the number of green creatures in play. So green, 1, gain a whole bunch of life. And then there's Castle Singer, which is the other version of the Koshin Keep, which comes in, taps for colorless. It doesn't come into play tapped, but it doesn't really do much. It's not a great non-basic land by any means. Really hate this. Really appreciate you going in on those. What a fun opportunity to look at some Fallen Empires and Homelands packs. We'll get those packaged up for you. Hi, Not Fox. This is Moonshot Rips. We are a Not Fox on Twitch. We are a pack ripping channel. And so we are opening packs for people. You go to moonshotgamestore.com/live and you buy packs. We are tonight opening a lot of Homelands and Fallen Empires packs. So these are from sealed boxes back from 1995, 1996. Packs are $11.99 each. Buy them on the website. We open them for you and then we ship them to you. It's what we do here at Moonshot Rips. We are a local game store in Noblesville, Indiana, WPN Premium Store. We have lots of cool stuff going on, but this is our Rips channel. Like, subscribe, and tell your friends. And if you're into battling, we have a few battles available. Post those. Looks like Really Hate This. Put a couple of battles together. So go to this URL here. I'll just walk you through it real quick because I do have a feature now where I can share my screen. Huzzah. So it looks like Really Hate This. Put a couple of battles together. We've got a IKO collector battle. So you get 3 MM2 boosters. It is $93.99. and you get to keep 3 MM2 boosters. Those are yours, regardless. Win or lose, you get that. So for $94, you're guaranteed to get that. If you win, we're going to open these packs, 3 for you and 3 for Really Hate This. If you win, then you get highest CMC is the way it works. We pull out the rares and mythics from these packs. Highest converted mana cost to there is going to get an Ikoria collector pack, which is super cool. And so if you want to battle Really Hate This, just go to the link I posted in the chat, msrips.com/battles, and choose this. Really Hate This has a second one up, which is kind of fun. 3 Homelands booster packs. So on this one, we're going to have to use, I guess I should have probably excluded these because there are no rares. And so we'll do uncommons for Homelands. And then I'll probably have to take them out of the battles because there's literally no rares in Homelands. But every pack comes with 2 uncommons and 6 commons. And so we might have to do a little looking to determine what's what. But we'll figure it out if you guys want to play this one. And so you get 3 Homelands packs. And the winner gets an Innistrad Remastered Collector Booster, which is a lot of fun. And so for $56.99, you can challenge Really Hate This to this one. So if you guys want to see me do some real-time scryfalling to figure out what's an uncommon and what's a common, I imagine they're either the first 2 or the last 2 cards in the pack. But we'll have to look and see. And we'll count for this one. If anybody takes Really Hate This up on this challenge, we'll count the uncommons because there are no rares. So if you want to grab a battle, guys, we got these available. We got the IKO challenge here with 3 Modern Masters 2 packs and an IKO collector. And then we've got the Homelands with the INR. We got an order here for Duke of Hurl coming in with Homelands this time. Duke did 10 Fallen Empires packs earlier. Now we're going to do 10 Homelands packs. That'll be fun. Appreciate you guys supporting this whole concept of looking at some of these old packs. It's fun. That one done. Move on to Duke of Hurl. Two, 4, 6, 8. Look at that. Grabbed 10 right off the cuff. 10 packs of Homelands. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 for Duke of Hurl. Duke, we're going to have some fun getting into these. Let's see if we can hit. I mean, Merchant Scroll's a good one. Here, let's do this real quick. Let's go to browser and let's go to Homelands. Let's see what we're hunting for, shall we? I mean, I know there's nothing in here super valuable, but it's kind of fun just to understand what our options are. So Koskin Falls is $15. Didgeridoo is $14. Willow Priest. So your Merchant Scroll, again, uncommon, $7. So there's a handful of cards here that are a few bucks, right? I mean, nothing going to win any awards by any means because it is Homelands. We're really doing this for the love of the game, guys. These cards were printed in 1996, going on their 30th year. Think about that for a second. They have been sitting in this box for 30 years. 30 years. That's older than many of you. That is wild. How fun. All right, we're going to get these opened. Maddie coming in with an order. Maddie, we'll get your order here in just a second. Let's open these 10 packs for Duke of Hurl. We got the Giant Albatross. This is really interesting 2-casting 1/1 flyer that buries a thing, but they can pay 2 life to prevent it. Singer Bats. These are the small guys that support. Me too. Really hate this. This is the smaller guys that support the Baron Singer. A Naba body card. 4-casting 2/3 first striker. Trade Caravan. Memory Lapse. That one's playable. This card's very playable in Dan Dan. It's a Dan Dan card, right? Counter target spell put on top of its owner's library. Samite Alchemists. On Zero Ruins. This is one of the ones that we were just looking at. This card's $3. So not quite, again, not going to win any awards, but here we are. But that is, it's considered a rare, even though it's not. It's an uncommon. And then Root Spider. Is Root Spider also considered a rare? I wonder if we can tell if it's the last 2 cards in the pack. I'm just curious to know how to find out. Roots. Let's see. 1 second. Control F. Oh, it's listed as an uncommon. So they have some cards. TCG Player has some cards listed as uncommons and some cards listed as rares. But everything I saw in research said that they don't have rares in this set. And so I don't know how they pick and choose what's rare and what's not. So we may have a challenge later. I guess we can decide how we want to handle that. 2, 4, 6, 8. All right, back to 10. Root Spider, 3 casting 2/2. If assigned as a blocker, it gets first strike and bigger. So it's interesting. It's a spider that can't do. It's a ground spider. Can't do anything in the air. No reach on that guy. Shrink, Torture, Ace and Bureaucrats, Dark Maze, the wall that can attack. Willow Fairy. I love the art. Terrible card. 1 green, 1 white, 1 colorless, and it's 1/2 flyer. It's a grandchild of Autumn Willow. The Autumn Willow cannot be everywhere at once. That's what her grandchildren are for. Alaban's Tower. Arini Singer. This is one of the color hosers. White enchantments and green enchantments each cost an additional 2 to cast, so it slows them down. And Joven's Tools. Target creature cannot be blocked except by walls until end of turn. Not a whole lot of walls in the format. There were. Alphabet Unlimited had some walls. I think there was a wall in each color at least. Rotariathopter, 1 casting 0/2, pay 2, it gets +1/+1. You cannot +1/+0. You cannot spend more than 4. So, not doing a whole lot of damage, but 1 casting 0/2 artifact. So cheap artifact. Shrink, Renewal, sack a land to search your library for a land and put it directly into play. This does not count towards your land. Reshuffle and draw a card. So for 3, you could sack a land to get a land and then draw a card. Reef Pirates. Singer Autocrat, when this guy comes into play, create 3 surf tokens. They're 0/1 black creatures, and if it leaves play, get rid of the surf tokens. So this guy was an ETB that generated little 0/1s. Spectral Bears, this card was real fun back in the day. He was in the beatdown decks because he was a 2 casting 3/3. But if he attacks or blocks, doesn't untap. Now, it's really good against black decks because that didn't impact you. It was just a 2 casting 3/3. So this guy would take down Black Knight. 2 casting 2/2 first strike in protection from white in Alphabet Unlimited. This guy would take him down until they got a Bad Moon in play, and then you were hosed. Feast of the Unicorn. 4 casting enchant creature for +4/+0. Mark Pool, Mesa Falcon, Prophecy. Reveal the top card of target opponent's library to all players. If it's a land, gain a life. That opponent then shuffles and you draw a card. So 1 white, you might gain a life, and you draw a card. Okay. At the beginning of next turn's upkeep, so not now. That's Isan's Shade, I think, in the eye, too. That's another card from Homelands, I believe. Willow Fairy, Giant Albatross. We got a Dwarven Pony. Target dwarf gains Mountain Walk until end of turn. It's a summon pony. I think this is errated to become a horse later, but it's a pony. Then Wizard School, the lands that are overcosted for what they do. I feel like the last 2 slots have been in the rare / uncommon category. Reef Pirates, Abbey Matron, Leaping Lizard, Flying, and -1/-1 till end of turn. Singer Bats. There's another memory lapse with Mark Tedden art. Flying Pro Red Sea Sprite. Ooh, this guy was fun. Aaron the Relentless can attack, so he has haste and regenerates. 5 casting, which is a lot, but it doesn't die the turn it comes into play. And this was one of the first legends that we saw in this set. There weren't a lot of legends in Homelands or Fallen Empires. But this card was interesting because the set right before Fallen Empires was the Dark, and it had Ball Lightning. And so this whole, get out these dudes and just attack the turn they come into play was interesting. Also, note the artist on this card. Little Christopher Rush action. You might know him from a Magic card called Black Lotus. Probably the most famous Magic artist of all time. Dwarven Trader. 1 casting 1/1 dwarf. Reef Pirates, Alaban's Tower, Ace and Bureaucrats. Say, look, double Aaron the Relentless. We're building an Aaron the Relentless deck. You can only have 1 in play at a time, though, because it's a legend. And on Hava Constable. Toughness equal to 1+ the number of green creatures in play. So no real big power, but definitely big toughness. You get a lot of green dudes in play, this guy's getting pretty big. Headstone. Remove from the game target card in a graveyard. Draw a card at the beginning of the next upkeep. Interesting. So it's instant speed, not super unplayable. Instant speed, remove a thing. I mean, if you're playing against a recursion deck, that would be a sideboard card. Another memory lapse, different art marked it in from a different angle. We had the other one. Let's take a look at the differences. So that was one of the things we talked about earlier, guys, is that there are cards that are printed multiple times. Same card, just different art. In this case, same artist. He just took a stab at two different types of memory. So this one he had actual puzzle pieces. This one he had more like blocks of memory. But that is memory lapse. Sea Troll, 3 casting 2/1 regenerator, and Truce. Each player may draw up to 2 cards. For each card less than 2, they gain 2 life. So you're empowering them to draw cards and or gain life. That card would be reasonably good in no, false. It's never good. Anytime you're giving your opponent cards, it's not great. Unless that's your goal. Jinx. Have you guys watched what's the new show on Apple? Margot Has Money Problems or whatever it's called, something like that. Her Nick Offerman plays a character called Jinx. It's kind of fun. It's certainly an adult show, but it's that my wife read the book, and so we watched it together to see if it was like the book. Turns out it's not. The book, according to her, is like 50 times better. But yeah, he plays a character called Jinx, former wrestler. Spoiler alert. Target lands becomes basic land of your choice until end of turn. Draw a card. Carapace, Sengerbats, Heartwolf, 4 casting 2/2 first striker, and then Temerian Fiends. So here's an interesting one for you. Last card ever printed in Magic with the word anti on it. So remove this from your deck before playing if you're not playing for anti. Anti, for those of you who don't know, when you used to play a game of Magic, you'd come together with a deck. They didn't have sleeves back then. You'd come together with your deck, right? And you'd flip over the top card and you'd set it aside. And as you played the game, whoever won the game won both of the cards. Physically, took them home. They were theirs to keep forever and ever. That's how the game was designed. And you would just, over time, build your collection by beating people, basically. And turns out Wizards of the Coast decided later that was too close to gambling and something they didn't legally want to be responsible for. So they shut off ante. It's no longer a thing. But this was the last card ever printed that mentions the term ante in the card. So sack it to bury an artifact an opponent owns. Put this into their graveyard. And this change of ownership is permanent. So you could play this card. So if they had a card like Candelabra of Tanos or Mirror Universe, you could play this, and you could play black, 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 right? And take it. Literally, take it. It's when it says permanent, it means forever and ever, not just in this game, but like you take the card home with you at the end of the game. It's now your card physically. So imagine, I don't think they really understood how the value of some of these cards were going to play out and what all that looked like. Because there were, cards worth literally hundreds and hundreds of dollars that this little Temerian Fiend could just go grab. Think about how, you ever heard of a card called Black Lotus? It's in their graveyard, right? It's an artifact. 0 casting artifact, sacrifice it, it goes to the graveyard. This guy comes into play and you say black, 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 I'll sack this to go take your Black Lotus forever, right? There is this ability where the opponent can ante an additional card to counter this effect. So really, this guy wasn't getting the Black Lotus, it was getting whatever random card was on top of your library. But ante, what a wild concept. Could you even imagine playing ante today? Right? With the cards and the investments and the amount of money we've spent on our decks, like opening a pack and realizing that somebody took the card from you forever. There's a lot of hurt feelings in those moments, I'm sure. Clockwork Steed, 03 artifact that got counters on it, and you could put more counters on it. Shrink, Hungry Mist, this was our 4 casting 6/2. Dry Spell takes out all the goblins and all the elves. Rhysorian Badger, I don't remember this card. Attacks and is not blocked. You may choose to have it deal no damage. If you do, remove from the game up to 2 target creatures from that player's graveyard. Okay. And Ison Crusader, 4 casting 2/2, but its power and toughness are each equal to 2 plus the number of heroes you control. Interesting. How many heroes were printed back then? Probably not a whole lot. Abbey Matron, Mesa Falcon, Ambush Party. All right, here's one. This is a good one. It's like a $10 card, $8 card. So take a fairy from your hand and put it directly into play as though it were just summoned. Target green creature gains protection from black until end of turn. And then Narwhal, forecasting 2/2 first strike, protection from red. What an interesting card. All right, Duke of Hurl, we got through 10 packs of Homelands and 10 packs of Fallen Empires. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for letting me do that. Hope you guys enjoyed. Next up, Maddie. Maddie likes the dark sets. We have Midnight Hunt set pack and a Duskmorn play pack. Midnight Hunt set, Duskmorn play. Good luck, Maddie. Hopefully we get something cool for you. We'll do them in the order you bought them. We'll go Midnight set first. See if we can find something fun in the dark. Anything in particular we're looking for? How about a swamp? Those are pretty. Man, that's cool art too. All red. Look at that. It's a red pack. Sunrise Cavalier, Sacred Fire. Every single card is red so far. Wild. All right, Delver of Secrets. Beginning of your upkeep, you reveal a card and then it becomes a 3/2. Yeah, that card was busted. Tovalar's Huntmaster. When it enters, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token and flip the switch. Nice. You have a Batman deck? Yeah, that swamp is dope. Keep this guy over here. All right. Good luck on pack 2. Duskmorn play. Hey, look, another swamp. There we go. Ghost Vacuum. This card was very playable in a lot of decks. It was like a staple for a whole season in Standard because you're able to kill the Arcane Phoenixes or whatever it was back in the day. Maybe it wasn't Standard. Maybe it was Modern or whatever the other one's called. Fear of the Dark, Vanish from Sight, Innocuous Rat, Bedhead Beastie. Literally has a bed on its head. That's funny. All right, Maddie. Hope you enjoyed those. Thank you for going in on some packs. Appreciate you. Get those sleeved up, and you can pick those up. All right, folks, that takes us to an open queue. It's a quiet night tonight. We're just chilling, hanging out, having a good time. Happy to talk about anything you guys want to talk about. Happy to dig into things. I have a new feature where I can pull stuff up on the internet and we can look at it together if that's something you want to do. We can talk about new sets, new releases, Gen Con, anything you guys want to talk about. I'm here and would love to hang out with you. Queen Honey is camping. I went camping last weekend. We had a few others here on the chat that have mentioned that they've been camping recently. I think it's camp season, it sounds like. All right, Maddie, we got you handled. So, Maddie, what's in your Batman deck? Help me understand that. Batman's DC. To my knowledge, they've never printed any kind of DC or Batman cards. Is there a card is it like a proxy card of some sort that's a Batman, or are you just playing a bunch of bats? Or a bunch of dudes? Come on, lurkers, accept my battles. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Bats and humans. That's Batman. That makes total sense, Caleb. Oh, that's fun. So you're painting him on all the cards. That's kind of cool. I like that. I like it when you do art on cards. Like fun experience. Black, blue. Sounds right. Colors are right. There's some, certainly some lurking in the alleys type cards in black and blue and Demir. Spider-Man protest deck. It's just spiders and men. That's funny. Nice. That's fun. I love the themes. I love the themes and the memes. What a fun way to play Magic. Being able to build something that you're really passionate about and enjoy. Doesn't have to go out and combo off somebody, but you find a good play group. We got a lot of play groups here at Moonshot. It's just a blast. I mean, tonight's open Commander night. We probably have, not out there, but I would guess we have 30 or 40 people here playing right now. It's a lot of fun. It's just really neat to see folks have that Rule Zero conversation and sit down and plop out a deck. I tend lately to, I don't play much at all anymore, unfortunately, just too busy. But if I do play, I'll play some version of pre-con type deck, or I'll borrow one from somebody. I don't have any decks built right now. I tore them all down to give Carl cards to sell for KKD, most of which are still sitting in the museum, the vault we don't get out very often. I've showed some of those cards on the stream a few times now, but yeah, we've got quite an assortment of collections here. We got a lot of cards, a lot of Magic of the Gathering cards here. Yeah, I play, I'm trying to think of the most recent decks that I've built Commander-wise. I had a Stacks deck, of course, just nasty. And it was like the worst kind of Stacks. It was very high-powered. It had all the best versions of all the cards. All the dual lands, all the Mox Diamonds, and, you know, the goods, so to speak. Played Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale, and you know, all the big cards you could play. All the big fancy moat, all the big fancy expensive cards you could play. And it was a Bant deck, blue, white, green, that basically won by making, like, forced you into submission. It never actually won the game. It just made sure you hated your life. And so it was a stasis lock deck where I would literally make it so everything that you had was tapped, everything you played came into play tapped, and nothing ever untapped. And so it was just super unfun to play against. Very counterspell heavy, very just stasis lock, basically, where I could pay my stasis every turn and you couldn't. And you could never untap. It was a whole nasty thing. So that was probably the most gross deck that I played. It was definitely CEDH. It could hang with pretty much anybody because it played every free version of counterspell and every, you know, all the big tech that did that. And so if I would sit down at a CEDH table, that's what I would get out. And, you know, it was reasonably good. But it was more about just showing the fancy cards, I think. I think probably a lot of us have a deck like that. Any of you guys have a deck where it's maybe not so good, but you got some fancy cards in there or stuff you're really proud of? That's probably a thing in Commander, which is a lot of fun. So did that. Had a Landfall deck. Had a pregame effects deck where I played every single Chancellor and Leyline. Anything that said, you know, before the game starts, if this is in your opening hand, you can put it into play or do a thing with it or whatever. And so I would literally start the game with 4 cards in play because I played every one of them, which was really terrible. It evolved into a shrine deck of some sort, and it just wasn't any good. But it was a lot of fun. Just a lot of fun to play. Mono blue. I have a mono blue deck still built. I haven't played it in a while, but it's not really overpowered. It's just it's a Sakashima the Imposter deck, where the deck is all about just copying and stealing. So it's all about, like, it plays 15 or 18 different clone type cards where when it comes into play, it becomes a copy of some other thing. And so the whole deck is basically just like steal your thing, copy the thing, steal your thing, copy the thing. And that's really all it does. And so that deck was a lot of fun. It's actually a lot better than you might expect it to be. But it played great. a lot of powerful blue cards. I mean, when you're playing mono blue, you don't have to worry about mana hose of different colors. It's just oops, all blue cards. How about y'all? What are you playing right now? What's your commander deck look like? Who's your commander? Maddie told us about her Batman deck she's working on. And Really Hate This told us about Spider-Man protest deck that their friend's playing. What else? What you all playing? Play along here with you guys. I don't know what some of these things are, so we're just going to look them up. Wick, the World Mind. Whenever Wick or another rat you control enters, create a 1/1 black snail creature token if you don't control a snail. Otherwise, put a +1/+1 counter on a snail. Sack a snail, deals damage equal to sacrifice creature's power to each opponent, then draw cards equal to the creature's power. Interesting. So what does that do, Caleb, to the max? What does that do? How does one win with this? You cast a bunch of rats, so I assume it just plays... Pumps the snail, makes a big old snail, then you sack the snail, blow it up, and draw cards equal to this power. So you get your snail to a 10/10, sack it, deal 10 to everybody, draw 10 cards. That feels pretty quick, pretty reasonable. I like it. And it's a rat warlock. All right. What does Song of the Totalins do? Totentans? Totentaz? I don't know, a Song of Totentaz or Song of Totentaz, not Song of the. I'm not spelling something right. Song of Totentaz. Not finding it. I don't know how to type. Really hate this. Let's go back to your list. Oh, crap. It scrolled off the screen. I don't have a way to go back. You were talking about something. Really hate this. What were you working on? Let's talk about that for a second. Totan, got it. Got it. So you build this guy up, and whenever you attack, it deals 100 damage to one target creature. So you deal the 100 damage to the Tangled Colony, and you get 100 1/1 dummies. That's funny. That's funny. All right. Gargos Hydra. Oh. Elias Eel Core. Oh. I don't have my good search yet built on this site. Biggest snail you've ever seen. Gargos. Let's just go to Gargos. Let's do this the correct way. Gargos. There we go. So this is your Hydra deck. Spells you cost have 4 less to cast. Whenever creature you control becomes the target, it fights up to one target creature you don't control. That's fun. So you're targeting it with your stuff. You're casting things, getting Hydras. Your Hydras are cheaper. And then whenever Target creature you control becomes the target of a spell, including your own. So you're targeting it with things, and every time you do it, fights something. So you're just bing-bonging all their dudes and building up more Hydras. That's a fun deck. Gargos is fun. Elias. There we go. Elastial Core. Sadistic Pilgrim. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life. Whenever a creature lose life. That sounds very Orzavian. That is very Orzavian. All right, boy teen. Let's see what you got. Cotus, the Fang Keeper. Oh, yeah, this is... I think this was a precon, wasn't it? For... maybe. It was some version of... I remember this in TDM. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile top X cards of your library, where X is the amount of damage dealt. You can cast any number of spells with value X or less. That's pretty sweet. And it's indestructible. That would be fun. So what do you do, boy teen over on Twitch? What do you do with this? Like, what's the shenanigans? Is it Voltron? Is it theft? Is it equipment? Is it auras? Is it homemade? Artifacts, hexproof, and trample buff. All right. That's fun. See my damage out. You may cast any number of spells. That's fun. So you're playing their stuff. That's pretty sweet. Rancor Aquarius form, so you're synergizing, putting stuff on it, making it bigger. So you're giving it trample. Yeah, Rancor would be really good because it gets trample and can't be blocked. Also good. So you're getting through with it. You're finding ways to get through their defense shields and then flipping over their stuff and attacking. That's kind of fun. I like that. Swiftfoot boots, ramp, counter spells, all that makes sense. Ancient Tomb's a game changer. That's fun. Didn't know that. These other ones make sense that they're game changers. They're pretty good. Oh, folks, I am yawning tonight. It's been a long week. What day is it? Tuesday? Oh, boy. Long week ahead. I have lots going on this week, too. Lots and lots going on this week. But went camping all weekend and came back to a laundry list of to-dos. How about y'all? Anybody else have any activities or actions for tonight? Anything you guys want to see? I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I don't want to keep you here all night, though. I mean, if we're not doing anything, I will... happily shut down and roll out, but I'm happy to sit and hang. If there's anything you guys want to talk about, want to look at anything, talk about anything, see anything, open anything, you just tell me. We'll make it happen. Someone bad will really hate this. Do I have to do it? Is it me? Am I in here? Let's see what we got. We got a $56.99 for Homelands and Innistrad. I would be fine if this one doesn't fire, because this one's a I don't know what's rare in Homelands. I have to figure it out. How do we tell? Rares versus uncommons in Homelands MTG. Traditional cuts of rare and uncommon were handled very differently because the unusual print sheets. The rares are technically part of the uncommon category, and their actual scarcity is much higher. The uncommons, printed in as U3, these 26 cards are printed 3 times on the uncommon sheet, making them appear frequently because of the higher print frequency, the same as for a roll. Okay, so rares were printed as U1, so these 43 cards were only printed 1 time on the uncommon sheet. All right, so they technically are uncommons. That makes sense. There's no rare sheet. So they technically are uncommons, but they're defined as rares. And so when we were looking at that TCG player list earlier, There's 43 cards that are rares. And so those are the ones we would classify. Despite being split into U1s and U's, booster packs contain 2 random cards from the uncommon sheet and 6 from the common. Because of the math and how these sheets were cut into packs, a U3 is effectively equal in frequency to standard commons. That's funny. Some of the U1 rares are on the reserve list. All right. So there's 43 rares in the set. There are technically uncommon ones. And then so many ads. $46 commons, 69 uncommons. So 26 are uncommon 3 and 43 are uncommon 1. They're considered the rares. All right. So we know. Now we know. We can find out. So I would be fine if someone wants to trigger the 1v1 challenge against Really Hate This. $56.99, 3 Homelands booster packs. Winner gets an Innistrad Remaster Collector pack. That could be fun. I think we can figure out which ones are the rares. I don't know how that plays out. Like, I don't know if it's 1 rare per pack or 2 sometimes or what, but we can figure it out. We can look them up. Solvable thing. Anybody want to go against Really Hate This tonight on either of these? We got MM2 boosters and an Ikoria collector pack. Someone battle me, they say. Someone battle me. When do the NBA Finals start? Is that tonight? Does anybody know? Hockey. Nobody watches hockey. Not in Indiana, at least. We don't have a hockey team. I'm sure some of you guys live in places where hockey's massive. But we don't have a hockey team here, and so it's hard for us to get really into hockey. How about that? Steph Curry signed a deal with a Chinese shoe company for $400 million. Yeah, there is a plan. Really Hate This. It's called We'll Figure It Out. That's the plan at Moonshot. So I'll take them out after the thing triggers as options so we don't have to have Queen Honey or others chasing that down. Doesn't look like basketball's on tonight. So it must be, oh, there we go, Wednesday, tomorrow night. Golly. All right. I have spent hours trying to resolve that. It's you and Static both saying that. Does it show you, Really Hate This, the option of a locker? Do you see something that says... Here, let's just go there together, shall we? I'm going to try to walk through it together. So no option. Ah, that's helpful. So no option when creating a 1v1. Okay, that's new intel. Let me just run through a test if I can to see if I can experience the same thing. That's a great idea. msrips.com 1v1. Let's go one of these, and one of these for one of these. Create and pay. Jason test. Attack of the home row. So when getting to this screen, it comes straight to the shop login. Okay. Got it. It's because it takes you straight to the checkout and you're already logged into Shop Pay. So it's not going to give you that option. So this is a default Shopify Pay screen. When you see this little logo, that is a feature from Shopify trying to skip the checkout process. They're trying to reduce friction and take it all the way to the end where you can just check out. I could just looks like Queen Honey's got her credit card in here. I could just charge this battle. So I have to solve this. This is new. I did not know this. I think you can check out as guest. And nope, same. Yeah, because it's just going to take you back here. It still doesn't take you to the checkout screen. Okay, so shop consumes all. All right, I can solve this. This is super helpful intel. Thank you so much for sharing that, because the code is sending you straight to this. That's what I have to prevent. And so that is a solvable thing now that I understand what it is. So if you want, I can start just hacking away at that while we're sitting here, see if I can solve it. Not that we need to create any more battles tonight because you have others already live. But while we're waiting on somebody to join you in a battle, let me just see if I can figure that out, because that's very helpful. Let's see if we can figure this out. Hi, ST Chargers. Good to see you. I'm sitting back here working on my computer as if anybody wants to join Really Hate This in a battle. There's a couple battles posted live. They just pointed out a bug. I'm going to see if I can figure it out. Hold tight. Hey guys, Jason here. I'm still working. I'm just chatting away. I'm trying to solve a problem for Really Hate This right now. So stay tuned. You're right. Yeah. Ain't your problem. It's our problem. It's my problem, technically. You're very helpful. Oh, it's great. Annoying is the best. I love. I don't get enough feedback when building some of this stuff, and it's hard to test everything, right? And so, really means a lot when you're willing to tell me screenshots and what works and what doesn't, so we can remedy it. Because I had not experienced this before until you pointed it out. I walked through it, I saw it, I'm like, oh crap, that's the problem. Let's fix it. I'm not sure I can fix it, at least not right on the spot, but I'll do my best. Skipping straight to this screen. That's exactly right, SD Chargers. Thank you for supporting our local game store, our friendly local online game store. Lord bless you guys. 16 people of you just watching me, 23 of you just watching me stare at a computer trying to debug this. It's fun. If you do want to grab any packs, please do so. SD Chargers, not yet. We have Marvel coming up next week, so I'm probably going to hold until after Marvel launches on the UB bundles. I do have a few bundles left of War of the Spark, and then we'll have some new bundles as soon as War of the Spark sells out. My goal is to always have some bundle available, and we may double up sometime, but I'm probably going to hold on the UB bundles for this exact moment because next week we have one more full week before Marvel gets here, which will be another Universes Beyond set. And so I'll just pause it on that until we get past Marvel, probably. Yeah, Marvel should be good. We'll see. I mean, we still don't know enough about what's in the set. I shared with the chat earlier 2 things that I learned. One, Wizards of the Coast has said this is going to be the premier set of the year. They told us that at a convention, a gaming convention. They were really hyped and excited for this set. And 2, I found out from one of my distributors that this is a lighter print than some of the other sets. And so there were less collector boxes available for this set than there were for Spider-Man or Ninja Turtles or Avatar. And so lower numbers. I don't know if that's because Wizards is going to hold more and try to go more direct with some, or if that's printed smaller, or if they're going to maybe roll some out and then hold some for later. I just don't know. I would imagine if you own the license and the IP, or you've licensed it, you'd print it like crazy, but maybe not. We'll see. All right, I think I found the fix to this. Running a code review right now. Really hate this. Do you want me to leave if we don't get anybody else to join your battles tonight? Do you want me to leave those open so somebody can join on Friday? Or do you want to cancel and refund those and do a different thing? I imagine we'll have a lot more activity on Friday. Last Friday was pretty busy. People love Queen Honey, and I am less fun and less exciting, but I am grateful for all you guys watching. I appreciate you hanging out. But if you want to leave those open, I can leave them open, and we can do that, or we can close them and refund the dollars, and you can do something else next time. Totally up to you. All right, we'll leave them up. And maybe next time you start a battle, you won't have to pay shipping because I'll have this problem solved. That'd be sweet for a 1v1. Uh-oh, Chillin' Villain coming in. Well, I appreciate you. Really hate this. Thank you for supporting us and for supporting the battles. Chillin' Villain might grab one. We'll see. We're giving him a minute. Hells yeah. Come on, code. There we go. Oh, we're going big. We're going, oh boy. Oh boy, you're going to make me figure out what's rares and homelands. I love it. I love it, Chillin' Villain. Thank you. Code update getting pushed live. Code review passed. And then hopefully we'll have a ability to not let Shop Pay hijack it. We'll test it after we get back. But first, let's flip over to this. Let's get into our dashboard. Let's find this here battle that's ready to go, folks. We got Josh and Kevin. Print this. Okay. Start the battle. Bloop, bloop. And let's come over here to battles. All right, Josh. Spot one, but opens last. And then Kevin, I'm going to pull up our breakdown here of rarities. Because I don't know the Homelands rarities, folks. We're looking for uncommon. There's 3 for Josh. 3 for Kevin. And then the winner gets an Innistrad Remastered Collector Pack. How fun. All right, so Josh is going to bat last. We'll get you out last because you were the creator. Kevin is the challenger. So Kevin, I'll put your stuff on the screen just so we can keep it there. Just the tip. Okay, so Kevin is up. Winner is going to get this Innistrad Remaster Collector Booster. So I am going to need to pull up our list of Homelands rarities. Homelands rarity. We're only going to grab rares in alpha order. Okay. So there are 46 rares in this set. Where is it? Limiting my visual. Hold tight. We're going to try a different view. Scryfall instead of TCG Player. We're going to do an advanced search. We're going to get rarity rare and set. Homelands, HML. Search with these options. All right, we got 42 cards listed. It said 43 on the website. I don't know what the 43rd one is. So we're going to go by Scryfall, guys, so we're all on the same page before we open anything. If you, I'll just flip over to it so y'all can see it. If you go to Scryfall and you search Homelands and you search, the set is Homelands and rarity is set to rare, this is what we're working with, okay? So these are the rares that I'm considering equal for both sides, so we're just on the same page here, okay? These are the rares I'm considering, and we're doing casting cost on these. I have no idea if you get 1 in a pack or 2 in a pack or what, right? And so, yeah, this is just going to be a treat. So I'm going to leave this open. We're going to go back to the battle scene, but I am looking these up in real time, and I will make note of which of these cards are rares. These are 30-year-old packs. 30-year-old packs. Okay, not a rare. Clockwork Steed. I think they're in the back that are the rares. Hungry Mist, I know, is not. Anaba Shaman is not. Samite is not. Feast is not. Okay, these lands are not. These are uncommon 3s. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Look at that, Kevin. Baron Singer is a rare in Homelands, and it is the most expensive rare at 8 mana. There is not... I mean, there are some other big dogs. So don't count yourself out yet there, Josh. But, man, that Baron Singer is a great start. Great start on the old Uncommon 1 sheet. So, again, there are these packs, guys. 6 commons, 2 uncommons. And then there's the Uncommon 3, which means there's 3 per sheet. And then there's the Uncommon 1, which is what we're treating as rares. Okay? Clockwork Swarm, Minotaur, Willow Fairy, Anaba Bodyguard, Samite. All right. Fairy Noble. Let's check. Fairy Noble is a rare. So there's 3. And then Joven's Tools is not a rare. Okay. So there's your... So they're not always in the uncommons are the last 2 slots. You could get no rares. You could get 2 uncommon 3s and no rares. That's how fun this set is. Okay? Sarah Paladin. I just want to double check that there's no other weird fellas floating around here. Nope. Torture Matron. All right. Anhava Inn is not. And Hasdur the Abbot is a rare. Look at that. 8, 11, and 5 is 16 for Kevin. That's a good number. That's a good number. Based on how things have gone for Josh tonight, I would... Oh, different Josh, I guess. But the last Josh battled and had a... I had a 16, he had a 15. So that's how that played out. All right, so your 3 rares there, Kevin, are good for 16 on the CMC. Let's see what happens now for Josh. Dry spell. Joven. Pretty sure Joven is not. Yeah, I think that could be tough. I agree. So I think it's just the last 2 cards in the pack. Oh, look at that. It's Marhan one. That might be great. Look at that. Rare. 7. Orcish Mine. MNO. Nope, Orcish Mine is not. But Marhan is. There's a 7. That's right up there with Baron Singer. Good start. Now you just need 9 and 2 cards. There's a bunch of 5s and 4s in these sets. And I don't know if you can get 2 uncommon ones in the same pack. You might be able to. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, you're definitely in it. Chandler, I don't think is... No. Yep, so it's just those back 2 slots. Soroya, the Falconeer. Pretty sure that's a rare. It is. There's a 3. Baki's Curse. Second rare. There's a 7. Look at that. 14 now. So you got rare, rare. So you need a 3. Josh, you need a 3 to win. Okay? 3. But it has to be rare. You can also get a pack with no rares. Let's go. Let's see how this plays out. Good luck. Winner takes home an Innistrad Remaster Collector Pack. Trade Caravan, Torture, Reef Pirates. Abbey Gargoyles. Does that qualify? If so, it pushed you over the limit. It does not. All comes down to this last card. You need 3 to tie. Right? So you have 7. No, you need 3 to win. 2 to tie, 3 to win. And it has to be a rare. That's the best part. Wizards School, uncommon 3. No rares in this pack. Dang it. Wild. Just wild. You had a pack with 2 rares and a pack with no rares. Thank you, 30-year-old Magic cards. that was a battle. That was a battle. Sorry, folks. That Marhan really started the game. I mean, I thought you were dead before we started. And then this guy comes in for 7. 7 casting 8/8 doesn't untap. Look at this thing. I don't even know what it's doing. It's got the light on its head and it's eating a whale. Like, that's a big dude eating a whale. Dang, that was close. That was close. So final score, 16 to 14. Nice job, guys. That was fun. That was really fun. All right. We'll get the cards printed here, and then we will open Kevin's winner's pack. Oh, whoops. We'll open the pack first, and then we'll put the sticker on. That's a good idea. All right, Kevin. Good luck. Oh, boy. Where are we at? We're opening this like old-fashioned style, right? Yeah, a booster battle of Homelands in particular, right? Where we don't even know what the rares are for a collector pack. There you go. Look at that start. Full art foil Sorin, mythic. Beautiful card. Traverse the Ulvenwald, retro. Spell Queller, full art. That card was super playable back in the day. Dreamroot Cascade, full art. Foil. Spider Spawning. Nebelgast Herald. Abundant Maw, a Swamp. All right, no Ulamog posters. But you gotta like that Sorin. That Sorin's pretty fun. Very cool. We'll get those sleeved up for you, Kevin, and we'll get this all put away. All right. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for doing that. What a fun treat for all of us watching. Just getting a chance to see those old cards opened. Really fun. Really, really fun. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you guys jumping out there and doing that. What a funny set to open. The two biggest cards. Baron Singer was the biggest at 8. Then there's a Veldrain of Singer at 7. The Marhan at 7. That's it. Those are 2 cards at 7. So you hit 2 of the 3 highest casting costs rares in the entire set. Just enough to push it over the limit. So very cool. Nice job, guys. Very cool. All right. Open queue if anybody wants to grab any packs. I am going to go ahead and start the timer. We're at 8:50 right now. It's been fun hanging out with y'all, but if y'all don't want to open any more packs, no big deal. We don't need to hang out all night. I just enjoy spending time here in the chat with you guys. If you want to talk about anything, just let me know. Happy to dig or chat or whatevs. But I will get a 10-minute timer started, and we'll do 10 minutes so we can start a countdown. And also, just love critical feedback. So let me check real fast. Really hate this. You don't need. Please don't buy another thing tonight. I'll test it, but I think I may have a solve like that. We will take care of that. Really hate this. I will for sure dig in with Sarah on that tomorrow, and we'll figure it out. I'm sure your vault is doing fine, and we will refund all the shipping on the other things that you paid for. Oh yeah, I'm sure that we'll take care of you. I appreciate you leaning in. You want it shipped tomorrow? Yeah, we ship every day. So if you want us to ship out tomorrow, we can. Or if you want to wait until Friday and have us ship first thing Monday morning, because they don't come on Saturdays or Sundays to pick up. So if you want it out now, we'll get it out now. Tomorrow or Thursday or Friday are all the same to us. So whatever's easiest for you. But yeah, I will check all your stuff. I'm sure you have enough in there and you've been kind and helpful. And so I have no problem covering your shipping if I need to. So you've been putting some cool stuff in the battles and helping us launch some stuff. So grateful for that. I will just shoot a note now to Sarah while I have it so I don't forget. And we'll get you shipped out tomorrow. All right. Done, friendo. Well, we try. I mean, at the end of the day, we just want to serve you guys. I mean, at the end, I mean, that's what business is all about. It's about. So we didn't start this company to get rich, right? We started this company because we love. Honestly, my wife and I built it to get our kids away from tech and all day, everyday screen time, so to speak. So it's a little ironic that we're all hanging out on a screen. In hindsight. But the kids today, I have a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old. When we started this company years ago, we were very worried about them just being on their tablets all day, just consuming content. And so we wanted to build something that encouraged play and got people together in community and built friendships and relationships. And so it took me a while to get used to the concept of an online stream, right? Like when Lance first came to me with this idea 3 years ago, I was like, hey, man, I've been doing this on my own, and I wanted to partner up with Moonshot to work and see what we can do together. I thought it was a great idea, but I didn't really understand it. I did not really understand, like, why would people want to open packs on the internet when they could just open packs themselves? And what I have learned and just fallen in love with, frankly, is it becomes a community. It's not about pack opening, right? Cool, sure, it is. I mean, we open packs, that's a thing. But, like, we're all cheering each other on. It's so encouraging to see, look, I mean, really hate this, or I forget who just won that last one, Chillin' Villain. I mean, we right at the edge lost a $50. I mean, that's a $50 pack, right? That was a big deal, or whatever it is, 35, whatever the number is on that pack. But there was no hard feelings. It was cool, man, nice job. That was really cool. And so, I don't know, I just love that. And so I have leaned in harder than I ever have on this channel because I think there's an opportunity for us to just serve more people and to create more conversations and community around Magic the Gathering. We're going to host live events. Y'all are invited to those live events. I understand many of you don't live anywhere close to us. But hopefully we can have an opportunity to engage in real life. And for a lot of you, this is an opportunity to just have a local game store, right? If you don't have a good local game store in your town, and you don't have that community of people that you can hang out with and talk Magic and nerd out together, we want to be that. That's what we do in our town, and we're hoping to expand into other towns as our business grows. My vision is to have 10 or 15 Moonshot stores. I'd love to do that. I probably won't go geographically all over the place because they're hard to manage, but, we're seeing success. We opened a store in Plainfield, and we took what we do, the community building side of what we do, into a new location, and it's exploded. People are just loving it because we're bringing something that we've worked hard over the last 8 years to build to those communities. And so I think it always comes down to service, SD Chargers. I think it's really about, just making sure that everybody understands that everybody's welcome here, right? It's a judgment-free zone. We're having a good time. We're hanging out. You don't have to spend a nickel. I would go back to downtown Indy again. The problem we ran into, so we had a spot on Massachusetts Avenue called Mass Ave in downtown Indy. I haven't shared this story publicly, so please don't share it outside of here, but helpful context. We got a spot down there during COVID. There was a board game, lending library company called Kingmakers. It was a great spot, but they died during COVID because their whole business model was come in and rent out space to play, and nobody was playing in spaces. And so once the restrictions opened up and you could be in a place again, they couldn't come back. It was a grab a beer, sit down, play games, pay us $10 an hour to rent a game or whatever, right? That was their business model. Great people, loved what they were doing. The model just didn't work after COVID. Everybody was worried about being together, right? And so we said, well, we'll be a retail store available. That's fun. That is the Rathskeller. It's awesome, Caleb. And so we took over their spot. I bought out all their equipment. To this day, I still own 8 kegerator in case that ever needs to come back out somewhere. But we took over all their stuff, bought all their stuff, went in there. It was a fully furnished, ready to go space. And it was in a construction zone because that part of town was becoming kind of the new it place in town. So here's the deal. We got into that spot and we were paying $8 a square foot. Which is just extremely cheap for downtown Indianapolis. The landlords were just looking to fill it and looking to get someone in there. And so we were there for a year at $8 a square foot. They came back to us after the first year and said, hey, we need to bring the rent up. We need to get, I appreciate you guys being here, but we need to bring the rent up. And so we're gonna renew for another year at $11 a square foot. I said, okay, totally fine. That's still under market. We'll take it. That sounds great. So we stayed for one more year at $11 a square foot. Year 2.5, we were in there half a year and then renewed a full. So about 18 months in, they came back to us and they said, okay, the outdoors, COVID's over, quote unquote. Everybody's back to life. Everybody's out spending money, yada, yada, yada. We're going to get other tenants in here, or you guys can have it if you want to pay market rate rent. And my version of market rate and their version of market rate were not the same. This was, the area was getting built out. There were brand new restaurants and hotels around. It was really a cool spot. It still is a cool spot. So we went from $8 a square foot for the first half a year to $11 a square foot for the second year, the first full year. And they said, all right, now your rate is $42 a square foot. So we were 3,500 square feet. I mean, our rent was going to go to the moon. And a retail business like ours that's just starting in a place, that just doesn't work. The math just doesn't math. And so it sucks because we had to just basically pull out. I said, guys, we just can't do it. I said, I wish I could, but I can't. And so we did. We pulled out and just consolidated back to Noblesville, where we don't pay anywhere close to $42 a square foot because that's totally unreasonable for a retail business that's not a GameStop or some chain, right? It just doesn't work. And so we just pulled out and we weren't there anymore. And so that's why we're not downtown. I would go back downtown again, but it just has to be the right spot. I'd love to be in Indianapolis proper if we could. It just has to be the right spot. So for now, we're looking at more auxiliary locations, places kind of surrounding Indianapolis. We've got something on the northeast side. We got something on the far west side. I would consider something on the south side or the southeast side. I would go downtown. I mean, in general, Magic players will drive 25 to 30 minutes is the research from Wizards of the Coast. So it's probably true for most of you. You'll drive 25 minutes to a good store, even if there's 2 or 3 other smaller stores near you, depending on what part of the country you live in and how rural or urban your area is. And so our hope is to just be that store. Our hope is to be the place that people really want to hang out and have a good time. And that's the atmosphere and the environment we're trying to build. And we're actively trying to do that right here on this channel. And I am wholeheartedly committed to building this channel up and making sure that it's just a great place to hang out, right? I don't want you to ever feel like you have to pay money to hang out here. You should be able to come here and sit and watch packs be opened and just hang out with us and do trivia and fun and all sorts of stuff with us and have nothing to do with spending money. You don't need to do that. If you want to, great. That supports our store. It supports our people. But that's where we're at. So, well, thank you, SD Chargers. That's just where we're at. I'm going to wrap this stream, guys. I do sincerely appreciate y'all hanging out with me on a Tuesday. We're going to bust out the Magic Community Pack wheel. So one thing I noticed is the bug. I see this on my screen. You don't on yours. You'll see it, but it won't be correct. So I'll pull it up just so you can see what happens. But what shows up on your screen isn't correct. I got to fix this. Oh, nope, that's the Pokemon. Hold on. That's the Magic one. All right. So what shows up on your screen is not accurate on what it lands on. It is accurate on mine. So sorry that it's going to land on something that may not actually be a real choice. But I'm going to flip the community pack. This is just a little button I push on the back end. And it randomly chooses a pack of cards to give out at the beginning of the next stream. And the way I've done it, just for full transparency, is I set the odds of pack choosing based on the price of the pack. And so if it is a cheap pack, there is a higher probability that it gets picked. If there is I have $50 packs in here, but it's a lower probability that it gets picked. And so that way we can kind of over time randomly open some cool stuff. And so I'm going to hit the button. It's going to spin. We're going to see what happens. Again, unfortunately, I coded it wrong. So what you see on your screen is not what is actually being picked. It is on my screen, but it's totally randomized, totally fair, and there are opportunities to hit some bigger packs. So let's see what we can find. Here we go. We are on Aether Drift Play Pack. So not a big one this time, but hey, it's a thing. And it's free. That's the best part. So DFT Play. So we are setting this out. We won't open them on the stream. I'm going to fix that for next stream, guys. So what you see is actually what happens. So we won't open this for next time. Or for tonight. We'll have it ready for next time. So Queen Honey will be here Friday. She will open this pack as we go. The other things we will be doing on Friday, we will have Hour of Devastation and Amonkhet boxes open. We're still going to have Fallen Empires and Homelands packs available. We're still going to have Guilds of Ravnica, Ravnica Allegiance, and War of the Spark. And we're just going to continue to build. Right, we're going to continue to add to our arsenal and our inventory until we have anything you guys could want, and it's going to be an absolute blast. And so stay tuned for Friday. Queen Honey will be here. Next Monday, Queen Honey and Sarah will be here with her, and it will be Art Night. We will be doing some fun new stuff on Monday. The goal is every Monday will become Art Night so that we have some kind of programming built in around the art side of Magic. We're going to do some fun art-related stuff. So hang tight. We'll see you guys next week or Friday, and then again next week. But Marvel also, I should have pre-orders ready for Marvel. One of the things I'm going to try to do, folks, is put up some pre-orders for the stream so you don't have to wait until Marvel gets here. Our box prices will be the same on the stream as they are in our store. And so if you want to have a full box opened, I am going to have some boxes available where you don't have to buy 12 collector packs or 30 play packs. You can just buy the box. and we'll open those for you on the stream as part of this. And so that's coming soon. I'll have more on that probably by the end of this week. I just have a lot of moving parts, and we got this laundry list. I got a great team, Josh and Bailey and Laurie and my wife and Sarah and Queen Honey. I mean, we are just chipping away at all the cool things. And I promise you, if you stick with us, every week it's going to get better and better and better until we've really landed. And so stay tuned. Really appreciate y'all. Thank you guys for hanging with me tonight. Have a good rest of the week, and we will see you Friday with Queen Honey.